Sorry. Sorry. more of a kind of to improve voice achievement. From the floor.
So you create the questions for them. Yeah, I'm used to it. Your first time. No, I just started working there in September, so the last 2 years. For the school, it's to start sociology. I've got year 12 sociology at the minute until next year, psychology, and then citizenship and sociology. What about you?
Test.
You will get to I'll still be doing some psychology.
It's really nice.
It's not totally different type of school. Although the questions are probably not higher. Having finished it, we have longer days. Yes. No, that's on the other side. I have the Thank you so much. Great.
Test, test, test.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. But then now the Teachmeet Sociology aspect one is that you embrace your bias, you embrace your partisan when approaching whatever the social problem is. Why would you not? I mean, why would you not talk about social? It's better cool when you talk about social. Go on.
Let's see if we can get an extra.
Yes. Yeah, I'll find it. Yeah, very much.
Well, quite. Obviously. Yeah. They need a push. They need a good one.
bags that have been given to you with the copy of Sarah Kant's How to Be a Sociologist in there, as well as the other goodies, including pens and the notepads. By all means, please do come over during the next break after what is going to be our first Teachmeet section now. We're due to have up Sophie Bennett. Sophie spoke at our last event back in June last year. And spoke incredibly well about how to use up-to-date material or cultural references to help teach what can be some pretty dense things in sociology. And that really stuck with me in particular because it helped me think about how can you, as you're an aging teacher, how do you get those contemporary pop culture references into your lessons to keep it fresh for students. Today, Sophie will be speaking to us about a topic that I find particularly interesting, which is the transition from GCSE to A-level and how to support students who move from Key Stage 4 into Key Stage 5. We will try to aim to have maybe one or two question and answers afterwards as well, but if you want to give a round of applause for Sophie to come up.
I'm hoping I can use the clicker correctly, but I doubt it. Excellent. So I'm going to talk about the transition from GCSE to A-level sociology. It's something I've really struggled with in the past couple of years, having students for the first time who have done the GCSE sociology and then come on to the A-level. And sometimes you're presented with students who have got a level 9 at GCSE and then they come to you with the expectation that they're going to get an A-star straight away. And it's very different in the approach that we assess it and the way that they are taught to understand theory and the way that we teach them to understand different concepts between the two. So I'm going to look at how the two exam papers differ. So I was an examiner for GCSE last year and now examining for the A-level. But I'm also going to look at methods that I use to try and overcome them barriers that my students have. So when I set out teaching the A-level specification to GCSE students, I thought, okay, what can I do to help them transition? Where is the research? What is going to tell me what I can do? And actually, current research is very limited, not just on helping students transition from GCSE to A-level sociology, but on helping students transition at all between the two. So I'm sure you all remember when you transition from GCSE to A-levels, your teachers go in, it's a real jump, it's a real step up, it's so much harder. But they didn't actually tell you how it's harder, and they didn't actually tell you what to do. They maybe said utilise your freeze or write a little bit more, but they didn't explicitly say to you, okay, this is how you evaluate differently, this is how you analyse differently, and this is what is actually different about it. So Gil, who I'm going to talk a little bit about, looked at the demographics between the two. He didn't teach us as teachers how to help students with that transition, he just simply noted there was a change. Mendick talked about the transition from GCSE to A-level maths, but maths is very different to sociology. They sat at my table earlier said, I don't think they found any new numbers recently, but sociology changes every single day. And the National College, which my school gives us full access to and is one of the largest bodies of CPD, has nothing on helping transition from GCSE to A-level. It has no direct links, might be some little embedded bits here and there, but I couldn't find anything when I tried to look. So progression from GCSE to A-level, I've spoken to some of you around the room today. And GCSE sociology, 19% of those that take GCSE sociology transition into the A-level. It puts us just behind biology and psychology, which obviously we need to get those numbers up. But it does mean that we are doing something right at GCSE and we are engaging students. But it does mean that there's a growing body of people who are in the same position I am. So Gil looks at the progress students make between the GCSE and A-level, and in physics students make 21% progress, and then you've got history 15, computing 13, and sociology down there at just 11% progress from GCSE to A-level. Now it might be because students do well at GCSE, but actually it's because it is very different as a course between the two. So this is the GCSE mark scheme. I understand it's quite small, I couldn't make it any bigger and I do apologise. But if we just look here at the top, It says students will draw on knowledge and understanding of the entire course to show understanding of topics. So that means when they're doing the GCSE, students can say in their family section, poor socialisation leads to crime. But what happens if they talk about that in their A-level families paper? We call it a juxtaposition and we don't give them any marks. Or we call it inaccurate content and we say that they haven't understood the sensitivity of the question. So the way that they can approach GCSE, the way that you can help low achievers at GCSE is by giving them that holistic understanding. But you can't quite do the same at A-level in exams. So if we just fast forward to the A-level, which I realise is even smaller, they have to understand 3 different sections. Now, I know history and geography both have 3 papers at GCSE, but we don't have sociology, we only have 2. So when they get to A-level, it's a significantly higher amount of different topics, and they have to understand each one in depth individually, rather than a big holistic course. So the key differences within the specification that I know is the way we teach theory. So they're not expected to have a deep understanding of postmodernism. They're not expected to have a deep understanding of globalisation at GCSE, but we expect that of them when they come to A-level. And one of the things I noticed, because the year I got my first A-level class, they had never done the GCSE. But when I was presented with a student who had done the GCSE, their teacher had never actually taught them the in-depth understanding of Marxism. They just knew it was about capitalism, but they'd managed to secure an 8 at GCSE. So I was really struggling as to where to pitch it, but we have to teach theory in depth in a different way. The A-level specification also talks about deep application. They have to have that good application to get really high marks. But actually with application at GCSE, they can make a few inaccuracies and still get very good grades. And the evaluation and analytical skills. We're not asking them to just evaluate, we're asking them to give a deep, in-depth understanding, and I'm going to show you an example that I use for my students in a second. Extended responses, there isn't those little short answer questions at A-level. They can't just get a few marks here and there. They have to have good, solid, in-depth, detailed writing skills, which they can get away without at GCSE, but they can't at A-level. And conclusive arguments, judgments and debates. Now I have a politics background and I love a debate, but at GCSE they're not really useful for planning essays. Well, they might be useful for content, but they're not useful for planning essays. But at A-level they are really, really useful for planning those essays. So I just wanted to have a quick look at the mark schemes. So this is the A-level mark scheme where it says about sophisticated understanding of the question and material presented will be shown. So that means they have to have a sophisticated understanding of the specific question in front of them. It says evaluation may be developed, for instance, locating the discussion within the debate between different perspectives, which again, they're not asked to do at GCSE. And then this is a top band GCSE mark scheme, and it says sustained application of relevant theories, few inaccuracies. If you're an A-level examiner and you open a paper and there's inaccuracies, you're already not looking at that top band. But at GCSE, that's fine. You can make some mistakes, but we need to just pull them out of those mistakes when they're coming into A-level. Developed critical analysis. Now I'm going to just show you 2 different examples here to try and understand the difference between the 2 and how they're assessed. So these are 2 answers from different students. With the GCSE, this paper and this question did get 12 marks. It's been marked by a few different teachers, obviously. It's in the wider context of a bigger essay. But the GCSE evaluation of labelling, Becker fails to see that sometimes people don't accept their labels. He ignores external factors such as material deprivation that causes students to underachieve, and then material factors such as not having enough money is more significant as it can cause apathy towards education. And that would be a great answer for a GCSE student, a little evaluation. But if they do that at A-level, they're really not going to meet that top band. So instead, they apply fuller, and they compare the 2 and they evaluate the research methods. And showing students these 2 and saying, look, this is what you're doing, and this is what you need to be doing, really helps to pull them forward. So getting on to the key points, what can we do to help students transition? We can teach them time management with exam skills. We can teach them how to develop their different time skills in terms of managing their frees, but also how to answer a big paper very quickly and how to get the most marks possible. We can teach independent learning skills, so I don't expect my students' sociological knowledge to stay within the classroom. I always say to them, you should leave knowing more than I do. And if you don't, and you've not worked hard enough, and what they do is do wider reading around that. And highlight the differences. So I spoke last year about juxtapositions and detailed evaluations, but I'm a big believer in you need to be very explicit in showing your students what you want them to do. You need to tell them the difference. You can't just say, oh, you need to do detailed analysis. You need to show them what detailed analysis is, very, very explicitly. You need to prepare them. So some online sociology forums estimate that those who gain an A are expected to know 300 sociologists. I personally think it's probably more. If we actually did a big list in here today and scribbled down all the ones we know, I'm sure it would probably be more. But at GCSE, it's just 56. And personally, I've seen some with knowledge of less than 56 get a good grade in their exams. But prepare them to be ready for any question the exam board might throw at them. And if there is one thing that I am so passionate about and would encourage every teacher to do at A-level, it is this. So I'm really finished. I just want to focus on this for a second. So it turns out it's not the worst case scenario that stresses us most, it's the not knowing. So think about your students and think about your year 12s. And the first time you give them an essay, they panic and they go, oh, who do I put in it? Where do I put them? How many sociologists? What order do I put them in? And they're like, oh, miss, can you put the question on the board and help us with a plan? And you're like, yeah, sure. But actually, at GCSE, I could go through nearly every potential 12 marker with my students, and I could say, if it's on gender, put these in. If it's on class, put these in. If it's on ethnicity, put these in. But I cannot do that at A-level. So I need them to be resilient. So developing resilience is important for A-level students, showing them random questions when they come in, giving them a question and saying, what's the sensitivity of that question? How is that question different than any other question you've looked at before? And I can't personally tell you what to put in that question because I'm not in your exam with you. I'm not holding students' hands as much as they might beg you and go, miss, tell me what to put in this essay. You have to let them fend for themselves. So too much challenge and no support results in excessive stress. I'm not saying make your students worry by giving them loads of exam questions that they've never seen before. I'm saying give them a question and let them be resilient and let them fend for themselves and let them see what they can do because they become better learners in the long run. And don't teach your students exactly what to put in each essay. They need to think for themselves, and that is my number one tip. Because my year 12s at the moment are doing exceptionally well, because when they came up, I let them fend for themselves. And while they might have got lower grades at first, then they'll fly you. And it doesn't matter what question I put in front of them, they will know what to put in it.
Absolutely. Oh no, let me go back to that one. Absolutely superb, Sophie. Fantastic job there. Do we have any questions from the floor on Sophie's presentation? Yes.
This is a logistical one. You know, when you were talking about teaching independent study skills, and
Yeah.
obviously lots of sixth forms will probably have a pastoral sort of enrichment program that does the same thing. Is there a danger of over-egging the pudding a little bit? Do you teach them separately for sociology, or do you try and work in harmony with whatever is being provided across the year group?
So our school has a learning to learn programme where they're taught how to revise. But personally, what I do is I teach them how to revise sociology. So I get the methods that my school is teaching them, but I say, okay, on your flashcards, use these sociologists. On your different methods, use these application skills, and I will teach them specifically what to do within the wider frame of what my school is teaching them as well. Yeah.
Are there any other questions?
I just had a question. So sometimes in that first 6 weeks or first couple of weeks when year 12s come into the classroom, you might do that some transition work. Do you do any of that? What does that look like?
Yeah, so I give them a little bit like Craig was saying earlier, I give them a question and I say, write about anything. Write me an essay on anything. And I get some really good ones. But I also give them blind questions quite quickly on random things. So I'll give them a blind question on chocolate bars, or I'll give them a blind question on just the Kardashians or something random that they might know about or that they might have an interest in, and let them develop from that. And it's to get them, just to get them writing more, just to get them, showing what they can do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sophie, please. Our second Teachmeet speaker is Kerry. Kerry is our own original TM Icons host from last year. I'm hopefully trying to do a decent job. Kerry is going to be coming up and she's going to be talking about dual coding. I'm, for one, someone who has tried incredibly hard to make this work, so I'm really looking forward to hearing how she's tried to how she's implemented it. Kerry.
Hi. Oh my, you've got a clicker.
Yes,
Oh, click on there.
There.
yeah, that's the clicker.
Oh,
How does it work? Press the down and the down button.
oh, there we are. Okay, so this is originally a presentation that I did at our MAT conference. So the context of where I'm from, so I teach in Kidderminster in Worcestershire, and it's quite a sort of deprived area. We sort of suffer from a lack of industry, funding is an issue, so that's kind of where I'm from. I was asked to do a presentation at our conference, which was based on SEND. And when I was asked, I thought, why are you asking me? I teach loads of A-level. And then I had a little word with myself and said, no, actually, we are all teachers of SEND, and I do things in my classroom all the time that are, meeting my students' needs. So then I thought, okay, let's have a think about my year 13s. My year 13 group, I've taught a lot of them since year 9. I teach health and social care as well. I taught them that lower down. They are an interesting year group, I think it's fair to say. They are definitely part of the COVID generation. They didn't sit their GCSEs in the same way as before COVID. They lack a lot of confidence, and they have a lot of mental health issues, and they lack confidence. So I remember sending out a tweet ages ago asking for some help with my year 13s. Has anyone got any ideas for supporting them? And came back and I started thinking about using sort of dual coding and making the subjects a bit more accessible for them. Now, about 4 or 5 years ago, I read this book. It's quite well known on Twitter. I'm sure others around the room have read it. This book absolutely changed the way that I teach. I have to say, it was a long time ago that I read it, and I don't necessarily follow all of the principles exactly, but it made me really think about how I was presenting information to my students. It made me really reflect on cognitive load and not overloading our students. And one of the things I would say about this, I know Sunny and I, we were talking about sort of dual coding and using little icons and the Now project, but one of the things I really want to say about dual coding is it's not just about little pictures, it's not just about icons, it's about how we present our information to students. So the next couple of slides are from this book, and they flipped a switch for me, really. All right. So I'm not going to read this to you, but obviously you can see there's a lot of information, okay? So in the book, it's then converted to this. Absolutely, to me, that makes so much more sense. If you compare the two, that is so much more accessible for my brain. So I started thinking about how I could do this with my students a little bit. So I started producing one-page slide graphic organisers for my students, like that, okay? And I'll talk about how I use them in a minute, but I want to give you a bit of a rationale and a background to what I was thinking with my pedagogy. Oh, I've just seen a comma that shouldn't be there, that's going to fall. So, like I said before, I wanted to reduce the cognitive load of my students. I have one student in particular who has gone through a very late diagnosis in year 13 of ADHD. And I've got her in my mind whenever I'm doing this. We have been doing walkthroughs in our school. I don't know if anybody else has. We're on year 2 at the moment. So that has absolutely fitted in with some of the walkthroughs that we've been doing. I think Select Organised Knowledge was one of them. I use my graphic organisers to support retrieval practice. We have a new homework policy whereby our homework is basically just retrieval practice, so it sort of works with that. And yeah, the digital coding and expanding and explain, which again I'll link to the walkthroughs that we've been doing. So I talked about one of my students before. This is a quote from her. So she said, "I really like these, miss. It's very visual. It helps my brain organise the information." When she said that, I was like, "Thank you so much. I'm putting you in my presentation." She was thrilled. So I'll give you a little bit of a overview of how I teach. So much like Kim, she spoke last year about flipped learning. I do love a bit of flipped learning. Tutor-to-you videos are very useful for that, but also I do like to do my own thing. We were discussing last night, actually, the three of us, about how our students enjoy hearing our voices. I don't know why, some of mine I'm sure will get bored of hearing mine, but I don't know if that sort of familiarity. So I set them flipped learning videos for homework. So that's usually a video lecture, usually me, sometimes tutor-you, sometimes knowledge organiser, sometimes wider reading. Depends on what it is. I then get the students into my lesson, we do some consolidation. I check whether they've done it, I might do a little quiz, or I might use my graphic organiser to get them to retrieve information from their flipped learning. I then use my graphic organisers to support them with exam technique. And this is the thing my students have really struggled with. So I give them an exam question and they just shut down. And that's something I wanted to help really support them with and get them some confidence, really. So I've got a couple of examples of things I've used in my lessons. So this is my postmodernism one. So how postmodern is today's society? So I might give that as a blank at the start of my lesson for retrieval, or as part of revision, and they like just filling in the boxes. But I also get students to annotate them. So this one is on Jamboard. We're a Google school, so that's what we were using. We do sometimes do this on paper as well, but that's one that a student has annotated. So based on discussion and debate in our lesson, that's what they've done to organise the information. So there's another one that we did in lesson again, just to show that we do on paper too. I've also been using this actually in health and social care, which is a slightly different way of working. But what I've been doing is making the little student booklets. So I've been teaching sociological perspectives for health and social care. So what we do is I've got all of my little graphic organisers. We go through, we discuss, we debate. I will often use my visualiser as well, put it into the visualiser. I'll annotate to model to them. I tend to like to do evaluation in red pen. That just makes sense in my brain as well. I've also then been starting to use graphic organisers to support with essay writing exam questions. So this is the sort of one I would give for my A-level. I've also got one that I've used for health and social care here. This really helps some of my students who were really struggling with extended writing. They have to do this really horrible unit, which is called Inquiries into Current Research in Health and Social Care. And I think it's like first year university level, to be honest. So tricky. But we used this to plan out what we were going to write. They annotated. And our exam results this week, best we've ever had. We had a couple of distinctions, which we've never, ever, ever had. So I know we have to be careful with correlation, not causation, but I like to think that it's graphic organisers have had a bit of an impact. So anyway, the theory behind this then is that my students use their graphic organisers. They put the knowledge and the exam skills together to be able to write a beautiful paragraph with analysis and evaluation and all of that kind of thing. So there's an example. That's one I've modelled, to be fair. but my students are definitely feeling much more confident. Their more recent mock exams have been so much better. So I feel that it is working. In terms of next steps, so this is one that one of my students did years and years ago, but because of COVID, like I said earlier, I feel like I almost forgot how to teach. So I need to get my students to be more independent and being able to do that themselves. So that's something that I'm trying to work towards over the next sort of few months. I think that is me done.
Thank you very much, Gary. Before Kerry goes, do we have any questions from the floor in regards to dual coding and graphic organisers? We have one question. Go on.
No, we were chatting at break, it was really helpful. They're great, they're brilliant. Will you do like a lecture, you say you flip learning, will they do a lecture at home, like for their flip learning?
Yeah.
And then you'll come in, will you teach it again and then do the graphic, or does it just depend on the concept?
I would get them to do it at home, so they've got that time to think about it. So they'll come in with a bit of knowledge, but I will do much more of the evaluation with them, and we do it as a discussion rather than me lecturing them.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just thinking some would, may have to teach them that again.
I wouldn't say that I would teach it again. I think I'm more consolidating than anything else. So we will discuss and I'll ask them questions and that kind of thing sometimes. So yesterday I was teaching about new media. So we were doing about the cultural optimist and cultural pessimist views. So I got them to write on the tables what they could remember, what they knew, did they agree, did they disagree. So it's very much a discussion-based sort of thing, really.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the floor? Thank you very much, Carrie. Thank you very much. Lots of great stuff shared in that first half of the Teachmeet there. We're due to go for a break, literally any moment now, for about 10 minutes. Just as a reminder, please don't forget the sweets on the tables have the QR code for Bucket. There is a £15 Amazon voucher up for grabs, so please do have a go at that. As well as that, please come over also we've got goodies for sale on the back there in regards to Teachmeet icons merchandise. Free teas and coffees continue to be in here. And also, please come over to Collins and have a look at some of the goods and resources that we have available. Ladies and gents, I'll see you back here about just after 20 past. I'm just wondering, potentially, and then you're not sure what yeah.
I'm very routine in my lessons, and my brain works. We were talking about this last time as well. But so when they do the flip learning, I have a quiz they can meet to go alongside it. Just do 10 to 12 questions, knowledge base. Yeah. Just so I can see if there's any question that all of them I know I need to work on it. Then at the start of the learning phase, because I plan each one's phase rather than I do a retrieval, which is like brain dump activity. So it might be a blank knowledge organiser, it might be a mind map, it might be whatever I can think of. Then what I do is speak it, so they can see that their friends are a resource, not just me. Yeah. So then they go around different colour pen, add in anything on the sheets, okay, and then they have to ask me 10 questions. Alright. Not do you have any questions? You have to ask me 10 questions, and I throw sweets at them and say, ask me a question. I have them. Yeah. They soon learn very quickly if they don't do the work, the preparation, they can't engage in the lessons. Yeah. And The mistake I made first time around. So the thing is, we were talking about that earlier, and I'm very much a case of this is how I teach. If you don't like it, do a different course.
Okay.
And you have to be quite hard on it. So I was a bit soft on it when I first started doing it. I was kind of like, okay, so you haven't done so I'm going to have to do the lecturing lessons and then sit, learn. Yeah. If I don't do the homework, it's all right, this is going to go over it. Yeah. So when I started doing it after COVID, I'm like, no, your homework, this is your notes. You haven't done your notes, you will struggle. I'm not reteaching something that you were supposed to do for your homework.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not that.
Yeah. Not like easygoing callings or this.
But it's like the thing, you've got to be, if you're going to do it, you have to be hard on it. We are doing this, not softly, otherwise we'll sit this. Because they're students sit this.
Where actually the parents are funding is just my mom actually tells them that you're messing about, you haven't done the homework, you haven't done anything to it. And then I'm just the parents on the phone saying that is that this campus support, it's always my son, daughter wants in the board, that is in exams and blah blah blah. With the school.
Yes, I mean we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to send the students out if they haven't done the work, so I just let them sit and like,
no, I'm not going to send them out if they haven't done the work. I'm going to send them out if they haven't done the work. Yeah. They haven't brought anything. See, making the whole lesson, not letting anyone else contribute or concentrate. This is when I will bring them out. And that has happened only once. Yes. Seriously now?
Yeah, that's why I have tested hard, because then I don't have to deal with things like that.
Yeah, I know. But I have a head of department.
Yeah, this is why I would never be a head of department, because I don't deal with things like that. She doesn't. Because every year we get at least one email complaining about saying we're not supporting the students, and we now have a standard email saying, well, in the social service department, this is what we've got to support your students. And then the parents should come back and go, oh, I wasn't aware.
Oh, that's nice. Can you forward this email to me, please? I can adjust it. And then send it to the parents. Dear Mr.
Oh yeah, there's one every. It's usually the kid that's going to get an E because they've got bloody work.
You know what? This is what annoys me most. So getting an A, oh my God, absolutely rejects. Then there's an E, all the teachers.
Yeah. And I think that fits in what Sophie was saying about that transition from GCSE to A-level. Because they did well at GCSE, they assume they're going to do well at A-level.
Do you mind
not photo?
No.
Yes, it feels like TMI inside. Still progress.
I'm going at the back. I don't want to be around. I'm little.
I'm little.
You little ones go at the front.
Oh, actually,
We're all
good.
Oh, that was my phone.
Oh, sorry.
The live stream, it's gone.
Why did the live stream?
One day so far.
It's not smashed.
It's not smashed, no.
Be positive. I don't know which words with the face.
We would check it.
Is the base smashed?
No, can we just double check that?
Still going, let me just...
Still going.
iPhone.
Sociology, and she will be talking about this very question at the 4-mark questions on GCSE and 20-marker at A-level. We will have hopefully a little brief period with some Q&A afterwards. Yeah. Down is the button.
Exactly, right, so that's exactly why I picked MIC today, because that's the reaction my students have when I say that's what they're doing as well. They're not fans. So I thought that's what I would walk you through. So, in the GCSE, so it comes up in any of the sections for GCSE in both papers. It's a 4-marker, so it has a wider context available, whereas 20 obviously only comes up in paper 1, so they only have to be able to apply to education. So to go through it, I'm just going to use these 2 examples, both from education, so participant observation, pupil behaviour at GCSE, and group interviews for underachievement on boys, which was happy coincidence for earlier this task. So with the GCSE, starting off, the first thing I asked them to do is pick out 3 key things in a question. So is it asking for an advantage or a disadvantage? Seems simple enough, but they often answer what they wanted it to say rather than what it says. So if they know a really good advantage, they'll go through it when actually that's not what they were looking for. What is the method? So is it specific? Is it broad? Is it observations in general? Is it non-participant? And then what is the context that they are looking for? So they know that's the first thing they need to do when they get a question, highlight those key elements. With any kind of research methods question for GCSE, I asked them to bring it back to one of 3 things. So reliability, validity, or representativeness. So when they open up their paper and they get to the 2 marks with an item, or they get to a methods in context, they'll put somewhere in the margins RRV as a reminder to themselves, as a structure of something to bring it back to. So when you're talking about the advantage or the disadvantage of this method, is it going to be reliable or unreliable? Is it going to be valid or invalid? And to help them get their heads around those contexts, I give them sort of different names. So if we're talking about reliability, we're talking about consistency. If we're talking about representativeness, generalizability, validity, accuracy. So the structure for answering that, we use feel with an A for apply. So points, what is the disadvantage of the method? Starting off, they'll bullet point some potential answers that they could use. They explain what that means. They apply that for the context. So whatever disadvantage they've come up with, why is that a problem for the context that they've given you? That's where they start to really answer this question. And then we come back to those. Happy birthday. And then they link it back to one of those 3 key concepts. So this is how we ask them to structure those questions every time with the key information that they've been given. So it might look a little something like this. Kind of bullet pointed their potential disadvantages. They'll pick the one that they can link the most nicely. So they might have gone with non-participant observations mean you lack insight. What does that actually mean? So because you're taking a detached role, you can't build rapport, you might not get an understanding of pupils' actions. Okay, well, let's link back to the context. If you are detached, you might misinterpret motivations or meanings behind behaviours because you're not part of the dynamics, you're not part of that group. So then why does that come back to research methods? One of those are RRVs. That means that their conclusions about behaviour might lack validity because they lacked insight into motivations behind the actions. They're not necessarily accurate, the conclusions that they're drawing. So we get them to go through this process in order to answer that 4-marker question for any topic that it might come up in. For the A-level, it's a similar process, and I get them to think of it as basically climbing a bit of a ladder. So in the mark scheme, the way I take it is that a level 1, so you can get up to 8 marks for this, you're giving me general information about the method and or the context that they've asked about, sort of the introductory level. Really, we're probably going to start at level 2, where you're starting to give me some of the pros and the cons of that method. That's how the MIC question is asked at the A level. What are the strengths and limitations of blank? They can get up to 12 marks for that. Level 3, they start to apply that to education more generally. So education is the research context. Why is this good or bad for pupils, teachers, classrooms, the school system? Level 4 is when they obviously take that skill and apply it more specifically to the context that has been given. So rather than just going in at level 4 and they get completely overwhelmed, they have no idea how to tackle it, we think about it as climbing a ladder. What do you know about this method and what do you know about this context? What can you start giving me about the pros and cons for this? Great, so that's just a research methods question. Now let's think about what those pros and cons like in schools, what those pros and cons like for students or for teachers in classrooms, in playgrounds, whatever it may be. And then if we can, we push up to level 4. So I tell them when I'm marking, this is how I'm marking as well. They'll see around their papers on feedback, L1, L4, and I get them to put that in their plans. What kind of point are they making here? Is it just a pro or a con of the method, in which case it's level 2? That's fine. Can they push that up? Can they make it applied to education or something more specific? So it makes it a bit more manageable for them to approach that question rather than trying to do everything all at once. So if we use this question to annotate, I get them to think about sort of 5 key things. The how are they doing the research? So basically the research method. The what is the context. Who are the target audience, the participants. Where is the setting. And then any hints of practical, ethical, theoretical factors that the item may have given you. So it might look like this. The what is always underneath the item. The context is always given to you. The how is always in the question. The who here might be boys, education underachievement on boys, and then hints throughout the question. So we tell them if the question is giving you hints, it's worth using them. You obviously don't necessarily have to, but it's going to give you a hint that it makes sense to use what's there. So their items should look something like this. They've picked out key bits of information, and all of that is going to go towards making their plan. When they come to planning, we get them to consider breadth and depth. So to make sure they're covering a wide range of points, but they're covering them in enough detail. So to meet breadth, the structure of the whole thing is PET. So they're going to look at practical factors, ethical and theoretical. And the individual paragraphs themselves, we use PEAEL, similar to the 4 markers for GCSE. So ideally, we have a practical paragraph, pro and con, ethical, pro and con, theoretical. If they had, for example, a really great ethical disadvantage, but they just couldn't really think of a strong ethical strength, they can switch it out. So you can have another practical strength and then an ethical disadvantage if they couldn't find a matching one. So it might look something like this. So the strengths, practical, research multiple boys at once, it's a group interview, takes up less of their time, which is great. We might make that level 4 by saying if they're already underachieving, we really don't want to be taking them out of their lessons to do interviews about their underachievement for long periods of time. So we want to save as much time as we can, for example. Ethical, we might have issues in the item that I've said about female headed lone parent families or absent fathers. We might say that might be a sensitive topic for students to be discussing in front of others. We might not want to discuss their home circumstances, for example. And theoretical, I like to get them to break it down between positivists and interpretivists as a starting point. Who would favour that method, who maybe wouldn't, why, and linking that again to the key concepts of reliability, validity, representativeness. What is this method going to tell us about this context, and who's likely to use that in sociological research? So to get them to meet that breadth versus depth balance, those are the structures that we use when they are planning. And the last thing we would do is sort of a practice activity, because they come across the same existing questions on the past papers websites over and over again, is a little game that they can basically create their own mix. So all they need is this, and you can switch out the methods and you can switch out the contexts. 2 dice, they roll it, they get their method, they roll again, they get their context, they fill in their blanks. The only thing they don't have is an item of hints, but they have all the core information to then be able to tackle any potential combination of questions that could come up. So that's a little activity used for planning. And that's what I have.
Before Leah goes there, do we have any questions from the floor in regards to methods in context at GCSE or A-level? Yes, sir.
Hi, when you're looking at methods in context questions, do you expect students to put sociology within methods in context questions? And will you share
Yeah, absolutely. So if they, for example, we're talking about group interviews, boys underachievement, absolutely go for like Willis, right? So looking at boys, working class lads. If you've used theories that have looked into that sort of research and context before, definitely is good knowledge, and then you can sort of evaluate that research as well. So absolutely to use theorists, yeah.
That's a good question. I've always thought that. Any other questions from the floor? Okay, thank you very much. Looking forward to this. So, Carl Baker Green is going to join us in a moment, and I first spoke to Carl after doing some work with Sheffield Hallam to support their second year undergrads on work-based learning skills. Carl is a larger-than-life sociology personality, or so I'm told. And he works as a university lecturer, but Carl has also worked in secondary and sixth form contexts as well. So he's experienced with sociology at all levels. He's going to be discussing with us education and attainment and how we can use quantitative and qualitative data to support AO to teaching. Again, there will be a chance for some question and answers afterwards. Carl.
Thank you. First of all, do I really need that? Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Does that not make you want to start doing a turn? Yeah, song and dance routine. And it is awkward standing up here with this in it doesn't make you feel awkward. But is it down?
Yes.
Right. That is a slight misrepresentation of what I'm doing here today. When I actually first sent this to something, I turned around and I thought, oh, well, I'll do that and I'll talk about what my experience is. And I thought, no, I won't. I'll do something else which is about resources. Because I thought resources are everything I love resources when I was teaching A-level sociology. We love resources at university. Could I just add though, this minute, this is absolutely fascinating for university lecturers. Because to see what you're doing and the work you're doing is absolutely stunning. And this is part of what I'm wanting to talk to you about today. So, methods in context. Yeah, that favour. And I had a quick look at your 2019 specs. I haven't looked at one of these for 20 years. It's 20 years since I've been teaching A-level sociology. But I went in and I looked and I thought, that's a marketing this one. Investigating people's decisions on future education and careers. So, has anybody seen this one? I'm sure some of you have seen this. It's on AQA website. Everybody can go on and download it. And it's really interesting, you know. Some sociologists may use structured interviews to study pupils' decisions on their future education and choice of career, etc., etc. There's your mark scheme. Yeah, so you're going to use that to actually start teaching this to your kids because you have a separate. It's almost teaching them to pass the exam. It is a shame in a lot of respects, but we're getting more and more closer to that kind of mentality in sociology. So, you know, candidates will apply knowledge of a wide range of other senses, and then I thought, well, what do the examiners say about this? I have been an AQA examiner for sociology as well. In general, students tend to find this question difficult. Really? With a large number of answers only demonstrating limited knowledge and understanding of structured interviews, there was some confusion about the strengths and limitations of structured interviews, as many drifted in discussions of alternative methods. And in particular, unstructured interviews. A number of students were uncertain about the type of data obtained, etc., etc. So they've really not got this method. This method in context. Yeah? And then I put a couple of these pictures in because I went up there and I typed in methods in context. And I got all these pictures, all these lovely diagrams that come up. Herbert. I thought that were a great one. You know, Herbert. It's not exactly spelled right because it's not an E, but when you look at it, it's quite good. So quantitative data, qualitative data on a Herbert scale. And then we've got primary and secondary methods there, and methods in context support booklet. And then you've got Collins and sociology. And I honestly did not realise tutor to you were going to be here. I've not thought about it. I'm so busy that, you know, I think it was last week I sent you slides, weren't it? Because I'm up to the neck in it. But, and then I put this up, so I thought, these are great stuff. I mean, costs. And that's a downer. That's always a downer. I get it. But they are great things to use to help you teach your students. Yeah? And this is just brilliant because it says so on front. So that is a book one, complete study revision on AS and A-level sociology. Do brilliantly in your social phone. Yeah, phone report. And then it gives you these wonderful bits of writing, you know, GIS not developed. We don't use GIS. Anyway, there are other places you can go, and if you don't know, if you've never done it,
If you join Sage Publications, you can actually go on there and there are thousands of books on education, on the family, on research methods, with their own websites for students and staff. So there's PowerPoints there for you to use that students can't look at. But there are things for students. So if you want resources, some really great resources, get online. And they're free. And I'm not being rude there. I'm not trying to stop people buying things. I'm just saying that these are a great resource. I love Sage Publications for their resources. Seriously. Students, and they have got researchers, so there's loads of stuff on there for research, and we're passionate about research in university. Obviously, we would be, wouldn't we? But we are. And there's the link on how to get there. And then again, Oxford, Old University Press, and the Bible. I hate it. I hate that book. I really do hate it, and I love it. I love that book, and I hate it because there's a love-hate relationship with that book. But it's one of the best there is out there. And that's got some really good stuff on there as well. If you've not seen it, there is stuff on there for you to use in the lesson. But what else can help? And that's what I'm here for. Because I don't know where you are from around country. We're Sheffield Hallam University. And we've got a remit to work more closely with schools and colleges in our regions, outreach work. And so is your universities wherever you are. Yeah? This is an outreach day we did for Sheffield College, and you can see my colleagues. Well, you see, this is Kendall here, and then we've got Emily, we've got Bob, and we've got Becca. And they're all doing little mini talks to students about research in context. So, and it's about interesting stuff, really interesting stuff. What's yours, Dan?
Period poverty.
Period poverty. Things that students can really get to grip with are being dealt with and researched in universities to actually put that method into context. You will be told things, bespoke session. I'll just show you this. So we produce, I've got loads on there, you can take one, you can have a look at it. But, we offer a range of things that will help. I'm just picking one of it. I know how difficult it is in your position. I know how hard it is for you to work and do everything you've got to do and make sure your students are passing exams and stuff. I know how much pressure there is to get that all sorted and all brilliant and the stuff you're coming up with is just stunning. I'm so impressed, so well done. But we are a resource. The university is a resource that you can use to help you teach methods in context or research methods or any single one of your topics in your syllabus, AQA syllabus or whatever syllabus you use, we can help you teach it. Whatever you want, bespoke sessions, whatever it is you want to bring them to. One of the biggest things that we've got at the moment is students are afraid of universities because they like these iconic white ivory towers, which is rubbish. So bring them, let them have a day with us. We'll show them what a lecture is, we'll show them what a seminar is, we'll take them to workshops, we'll walk around the buildings. And that's what I've got my colleagues here for today, because this is exactly what they do in this outreach. We've held several sessions. There, I'll just put that up. And this is what do they call this? No, not horror. no, what do they call it? Deconstructing sociology from the bottom up. I thought that was quite good, the picture, but Joey just said it's horrible. Does anybody like a picture of themselves? Like, yeah, stop it. But these two people are here to help you if you want to talk to them afterwards. Or me, we're here to tell them. I didn't realise that they were from all over the country, and that's another fault of mine. But your local university has got to be there for you. They will be there. All you need to do is get in touch with them, and they'll be willing to help you. And I mean, your student, every student we've had come to, it's opened their eyes. They've realised what sociology can do for them. They realise there is a career beyond if we can ever get past this Conservative government. Should I say that, Mark?
You said it now.
If we can ever get past this Conservative government's condescending, I'll shut up, about social sciences, but sociology in particular. If we get beyond that, there is some great careers out there for sociologists. And going and opening that door, we live in a society where a little certificate, a degree will open doors for you, a certification society. If we can get our students to get that certificate, they will have a job that will change their lives, or the university should change their lives. So they shouldn't be afraid of universities. So get your students to university, get them in there, they will be welcome. Have a day out, they will buy you dinner. You can have dinner. While we're teaching, you could just sit back for a day. It's about helping you, seriously helping you. And that, I think, is all I've got to say. Have you got any questions? We don't charge, by the way, you know, it's a free service. It's not helpful at all.
No.
Well, where's that help? Doing the methods in context. Well, it is. It really can help if you see answer. Any questions?
Is it possible when we reach out to universities and say, so at the moment I'm teaching, what am I teaching? Say green state crime. If I reach out to the university and say, look, I'm teaching this at the moment, have you got anyone specialising in that who can come and give a talk? Is that the sort of thing that you are able to do?
Yeah, because even if they're not specialised in it, they'll know about it. And then they can come and talk to them. Because there's such, look, research methods underpin all our knowledge. They underpin every subject area that we do. And getting to know and understand research methods is what university is about, basically. As soon as you do your A-level, that's what you do. You come to university, you still don't know it. The amount of students I've got at level 6 who don't understand quantitative research in any shape or way or form is unbelievable. But we try, we keep trying. But you don't know what topic you come up with, we'll have somebody who could, there's 30 staff in our department in sociology, and I can guarantee that you could come up with the zaniest thing you can think of, and I'll have somebody who can teach something about it. Because that's how broad their skills are. But one thing they've all got in common is an expertise in research methods. So even if you don't want them to talk about education, because that's your baby, and you love that, get them to talk about research methods. Come in and explain it to students. Let the expert, I hate that word, but let the expert put that into context for you. Let them help your students understand from their own, because they will come in and talk about their research and what they're doing in education, and how that's menstrual stigma and stuff like that. I think Becca were doing education inequalities. You know, it's, everybody's doing something research based. Have I gone over yet?
You're bang on time.
Bang on time.
Bang on time.
That's it then. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil.
Sorry, can you walk on?
Thank you so much, Carl, there. And really, I just wanted to, you mentioned something there, and shameless plugging of myself here more than anything. You spoke about the importance of sociology in future careers.
Yes.
If any of you haven't listened to my podcast, Jake Presents Sociology, the current series is looking at people who have studied sociology at degree level and A level, and the careers that they have gone on to do specifically with that sociology degree. It's about nearly 30 episodes in at the moment, and there's some fantastic speakers on there talking about how they've used their social science, sociology, and criminology degrees to go into a variety of fields, and in a kind of world of Gatsby benchmarks and all of that boring stuff in secondary schools and colleges, it's a really valuable tool to kind of help to elucidate to young people, like sociology doesn't mean you just need to be teaching it, you can be doing a practical application of it and thinking about the hopeful ways of solving those social problems that Craig was talking about right at the beginning. Ladies and gents, we're going to break on to it, please. You write it down and I'll ask you. Hello, welcome back after the, I think we've all got some form of indigestion now. We've had a fantastic morning so far, and this afternoon we've got a bit of a first, which is a panel discussion amongst teachers from a range of subjects. And some of the people we have up here are people we've seen in the morning, and some are some new faces. We're going to have a discussion chaired by yours truly, and on the panel we have Craig, who is with us this morning, who is delivering our keynote speaker, who will be representing the sociology perspective. We have Sophie Bennett, who also spoke earlier, and she is lead for PSHE, so she'll be taking off her sociology hat and talking from an associate lead practitioner for PSHE perspective. We also have Charlotte Evans, who is a history teacher as well as an associate lead practitioner, and she will be discussing things from a history perspective. On top of that, we also have Hailey Hughes, who is the head of education at Iris Connect, principal lecturer at Sunderland University, ECF and MPQ facilitator, as well as a journalist, author and researcher and international speaker. Very busy individual. And we also have Vicky Walden, who is a subject lead for Key Stage 4 Humanities at TutorTU, and has an incredible wealth of experience in not only teaching but leading subjects of geography and sociology. And for the sake of our panel discussion today, we'll be taking the perspective of geography. As I said, this is a bit of a first for us, so as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been done at another event. So we like to do things pioneers in that sense. So what we wanted to do is kind of pose what are the cross-curricular links for sociology across these different subjects, PSHE, English, history, and geography, as well as sociology. What we're going to try and do is follow a bit of a question order, but also if people do feel like they would like to ask a question, and it's in the heat of the discussion that we're having, and they feel like they'd like to add something from the audience, please feel free to make yourself known. We'll have a bit of a roving mic. But I'm going to start it in. I'm going to kind of go in this order, like this. And by all means, feel free to, if you want to jump in, and we can do that. So to kick off with, we've got what are the biggest obstacles in trying to get pupils to write, and how do you overcome these challenges?
Okay. I thought I was going to go that way. I thought, ladies first, I'll do that. What is it? Sorry, that's very bad.
I'm staying very quiet. I was
in terms of writing, I mean, particularly in sociology, the biggest obstacle in getting them to write is their fear of writing. Is the fear of actually what they're writing, how they structure it, and how they frame it. And there's some good stuff I saw. I mean, I was watching Kerry's presentation before with the frames. I mean, I use a lot of writing frames. I've used sort of things like peel paragraphs and all of those type of things to actually get them to structure that writing. I always find something, they always seem to struggle. Or the question I get asked most is, how do I do an introduction? How do I start? And, that seems to be the big obstacle, is actually putting pen to paper and knowing where they're going to go with it. So it's like they don't quite know what the end result is going to be.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, because as soon as I asked you the question, I kind of straight away thought about English. And just going, the fear of putting pen to paper. As much as I said I was going to go in that order, it's just when you go in a core subject like English, is it similar? Is it different?
Yeah, probably similar, even worse, I would say, because our top question is 40 marks. So you can imagine that's massive. We're talking sort of 5-6 pages that students would write for a 40-mark question. So for me, really, we moved away in English from writing grades. That's not really what we do anymore. Our exam paper told us that we're reductive in English. So we use a broad framework of what, how, why for all of our analysis that runs across the whole of the sort of paper. And for me, sort of how I got on with that with teaching, I was never an A-level teacher. I was secondary English and taught, you know, from bottom all the way to top 7, I hate that terminology. So trying to get kids who really struggle with literacy, with reading, with writing to, you know, write a 40-mark essay question on Macbeth is unbelievably difficult. So for me, it's about giving them exposure to lots of different academic writing, not just fiction writing, you know, showing them what academic journals look like, showing them what academic essays, academic papers, deconstructing those papers, modelling the various different aspects, lots of deliberate practice, lots of think out loud using a visualiser. You know, in English we tend to use thesis statements as opposed to introductions, so it's modelling those, deconstructing, colour coding them, you know, looking at basically what a scholar in English looks like.
I love that, the how, what, why, and I think that's, I think back to an old head of geography, who used to always talk to me about the difficulties of writing at length and also using kind of like the so what technique as well, like when you've written something, yes, so what are you going to do with it? Some thoughts and feelings on this as well?
Yeah, so for geography, it's kind of that developing chains of reasoning that students really struggle with, and they struggle to write balanced arguments. So for GCSE geography, which is my speciality, they have in the final exam 6 markers, they have 9 markers, and 6 markers strangely are actually more difficult to prep than the 9 markers, but it's all about sort of getting those students to think about how they would, you know, we get them to, it's a statement they're given, we get them to think about whether they agree, disagree, partially agree, etc. We're not allowed to sit on the fence. And we also tell them not to say, I completely disagree, because then they don't really have anywhere to go in their argument. So that's something we struggle with. So it's that whole idea of what we've developed quite recently are grids where they have, they've got the argument, they have their example, they talk about why that's, you know, what that piece of evidence they would use to back that up with, explain how that piece of evidence that they have just given relates to the question or backs up the point they're trying to make. They then have to have a development paragraph or a few lines where they develop the ideas using those, you know, those key, so I also what idea, like, you know, well, this means that, so therefore as a consequence, and then they have like a link sentence at the end that brings it back to that first that statement, and then they launch into their on the other hand. So we kind of we're getting, I think generally struggles with getting better at it, but we do it kind of in a grid format. So they would have their introduction across the top, their agreement paragraph, and they sort of set it out in various boxes, their disagree paragraph, and then their sort of overall conclusion. And that tends to work quite well because also because you're doing it in a grid, it almost tricks students into thinking that actually it's not very much writing. So then get them to practice that enough, and then obviously in the run-up to the exam, you then have to kind of take that away from them because they can't do it in grid format in the real exam.
It's funny, it's just made me think of the strips.
Yeah.
And how the strips become a bit of a kind of a guiding force for how much you need to be writing at each point. I just saw a hand go up over there. Was that hand? No.
No, I just have this one. But I think it's really important to do regular practice of it. I think that's something that over the last few years I've come, you know, as GCSE teachers sometimes we'll leave those longer answer questions towards the end of year 10, maybe do them year 11. But I found that it's much more successful get them straight in, end of September in year 10, set them regularly, that's your homework this week, and go through it. So it's just ingrained, isn't it? You're not trying to teach exam technique right at the end when you're also revising content as well. They can kind of already know it.
I think it also helps with setting expectations of what the course is. Brings me back to my old days being a head of history a long time ago. The challenges of all the different types of questions within history, source analysis, inference questions, significance questions. What are some of the challenges within a subject like history in terms of getting people to write?
So actually quite a lot of similarities to draw between English. When we see our students at Key Stage 3, we are sometimes seeing pupils that have got very low reading ages, they have got maybe really struggle with handwriting and very low literacy levels. So in order for us to sort of support those students at Key Stage 3, we only see them for an hour a week. So when they come into the lesson, we really want them to be engaging with meaningful writing for history, to get them really engaged in the lesson and the topic. So we have designed booklets to facilitate that learning. So things like their title, their learning objective is already printed for them, so that they can start engaging with the meaningful writing that we would like them to be doing to make them successful historians. We also use a lot of scholarship from year 7 to year 8 and year 9. It drives our inquiry questions. We use current historical debates, recent historians, their books, and we have that in the class as a physical copy on the board in their booklet, so they are exposed to quite difficult writing, so it improves their literacy. We encourage them to read from that as well, so they can improve their own reading and then their writing skills as a result. When we then move them into Key Stage 4 and Key Stage 5, we really do try to encourage our pupils to plan their answers before they write them. So things like when they've got to do their source analysis or they have to look at interpretations, they would have already been exposed to that at Key Stage 3. So we really do encourage them at 4 and 5 to really plan out their essay, plan out their answers, plan out their arguments, so they can see the structure to help them with their writing.
I've got 2 or 3 questions going on in my head, but I'm gonna hold on to them if I can. Same question in terms of the biggest obstacles in trying to get students to write within section.
So this actually is quite different to every other subject on here, where there isn't in the majority of schools, and assessment is something where we're just trying to enhance students' knowledge. Personally, our students, if they don't see the point in something, won't do it. So highlighting to them, you're going to write about this, and then we're going to share the responses, and then we're going to do this, and I'm going to mark your book, I'm going to look at what you've seen, or I'm just might pick your book and put it under the visualizer, really helps them to think, I need to write something here, because if there's no assessment, I'm not looking at, structuring an essay, I'm not looking at doing a paragraph. So just helping them know that their work will be looked at, know that it is meaningful, and know the reason they're doing something really helps. And having clear points in a lesson where they will read something just helps in a non-assessed subject.
I guess it's also that thing of helping students to one first kind of think about their ideas and think about it kind of on a first drafting level, and also, as you say, to just encourage the inquisitiveness of writing. There's a question I want to pull back to yourself, Charlotte. Oh, it's gone on lock now. But the question roughly was, and it does go across all of you. How do you get students to engage with high academic texts? And I think that is something across all subjects that is a challenge.
Yeah, we are very careful in our planning, so if we are going to introduce some scholarship or an extract from a historian's book that is quite difficult, we do make sure that they have content learnt around the subject first. So even if we do expose them to the scholarship maybe towards the end of the lesson, they are already coming to that text with knowledge about the subject. So actually for us, we find that our students are a bit more confident and quite willing to have a look at a piece of text when they already know a bit of the knowledge behind it. I think if we showed it to them at the start of the lesson, which we do for Key Stage 4 and Key Stage 5 when they're a bit more confident, at Key Stage 3 we know that if we were to expose them to that at the very start when they haven't learnt anything, some of our students would find that very intimidating and it would probably put them off. So we are very careful in how we introduce the scholarship, and we also ensure that we have as well guided reading so that students understand how to look at a piece of text and think, well, what are the key points that are being highlighted in this historian's argument or from this historical perspective.
There's a really interesting point there about kind of the trans. You spoke about like the Key Stage 3, Key Stage 4, Key Stage 5 within that answer. It did immediately make back to Craig and kind of go, thinking about sociology, which is obviously not taught at Key Stage 3, how do within sociology we introduce that idea of kind of engaging with higher academic texts, but in a kind of transitional way, with obviously the barrier being only 2 key stages to do with?
Well, I think you start out with GCSE sociology and there are the classic texts, the classic they can be pretty hard going. And obviously, so like you are kind of giving them excerpts, really, and summaries of those texts. As you move through, I always find sort of introducing them gradually through kind of year 12 into 13 into the additional reading helps. I've got to say primarily, so like I've done A. So like I would start to introduce some of those as we go through, starting out with, as we were saying before, about sort of newspaper articles and can we draw the information out, and then introducing research papers. Now, for a year 12 student to look at a research paper, sometimes they are completely thrown. Basically, it goes back to the whole idea of language codes and the way it's written. I always found it was one of Louise Archer's pieces of work where she's actually got a footnote in it and it shows students how different the language is at a higher level, because she's had to describe who Beyonce is for other academics. Because there's a footnote saying Beyonce is an American singer, right? And I always kind of demonstrate that to them, so like, look, this is higher level text that we're looking at, and it's written for a different audience, so we have to kind of guide them through some of that. I wouldn't just give them a specific piece of research and go ahead and read that. You're always going through it with them.
Heidi, you were smirking there.
I was just laughing at the Beyonce thing. I'm an academic, and if I don't know who Beyonce is in a few years' time, somebody put me down. Yeah, it does, but yeah, academics in their ivory towers, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we in my old school, when I was sort of teaching, I should say as a caveat, I finished in 2021, so I'm still kind of hearing bells going off in my head and other things, but I'm not a teacher. But we even used to do academic theory with year 7s. But we used to use a technique called SQRR, which I don't know whether any of you have heard of before. So it's survey, so you will kind of have a read over it with a peer, like reciprocal reading. You will try to work out what you think the gist of it is. Question is when, if you've got any questions about the vocabulary, very often in English we'll pre-teach the really tough vocabulary anyway for spellings and stuff for homework. Then you read it as a class together and you kind of get the gist of it, and then you give them a chance verbally to respond, and then as a class, like I think fair share. So we embed that writing in year 7 a lot of the times in English, so that they're able actually by year 11 to access proper academic journals on literature.
Just as you were saying that, it just made me think of when I went down to visit school in Pimlico. Use something very similar, PQCS, if I remember it was, predict, question, clarify, summarise.
I think that's reciprocal reading of that, yeah.
Was there a question over that? Oh, I saw a little hand up, okay. Just kind of shifting away from the challenges with writing, and getting into something a little bit more meatier. I'm going to start with Sophie. How would you go about attempting to teach Andrew Tate and misogyny within the curriculum? It says here at Key Stage 4, but I guess also we can widen that and say within any Key Stage.
So at our school, we are so lucky to have 2 incredible teachers who are lead within humanities and have taken the Andrew Tate problem and created a wealth of resources. So students in our school had a PD day, which is what we call by PSHE, dropped down this week, where everyone in humanities taught a lesson on toxic masculinity and had those open questions of what is toxic masculinity, what language should we be using, how can we be respectful children, how can we be respectful to women, how can we understand the struggles. And there was also a myth debunking assembly that we put together as part of PD as well, where it highlighted that actually Tate's only lives in a big mansion, it's actually an old meat factory. And just debunking these myths around Tate and saying, we're not telling you not to follow Tate, we're not telling you that he's wrong because he makes a big thing of, oh, they tried to silence him. We're not trying to silence him, we are just saying, this is what he says, this is the real facts behind it, and just making students aware. But also, as a school, we've now got a resource where if teachers are unsure about having a conversation about Tate, if you see some students maybe talking about it, you don't say, stop talking about that and move on. You say, well, why do you think that? And do you understand some of the things you said? And you have those open conversations, and actually, I've seen so much progress being made in our school where students were maybe, oh, you're just telling us he's wrong because you want to silence him, and now we've got a situation where boys are like, I didn't realise he said those things. I didn't realise his course didn't materialise, and I think we as a school are very good at dealing with that. I think teachers just need to have some confidence in tackling those questions.
Yeah, it's just made me think of something where it's the ability of the teachers to feel confident in their responses back to students, but probably also confident within themselves to say, why is it they're challenging this? Something that just came into my mind was, I would say within a school context, not anywhere in particular, that school became quite discouraging of students playing chess because it was an association made with Andrew Tate, and somehow had become a bit of a, shall we cancel chess? Which was, that's more just anecdotal than anything, but it was just what it really just highlights there is the potential insecurities around really what is it that you're challenging and why you're challenging and where is your thought process with it. I'm just conscious of other sensitive topics and trying to bring in other speakers here as well. We often deal with sensitive topics like social class and deprivation, which can cut across all of the topics from our panellists here. Vicky, how would you go about a topic like social class and deprivation and the kind of awareness when teaching that in geography?
So I think honestly, the big thing we have in geography is the fact that we focus a lot on development and we focus on people who are living in perhaps not very nice conditions in countries and in sort of faraway locations. And you forget sometimes that the things that you're talking about, although we generally everybody has access to clean water, etc. in this country, but some of the things that we are talking about when we talk about crowd living conditions and people having for example, if I was talking about informal settlements in somewhere like Rio, we might use the example of you've got all your brothers and sisters in one room and you sort of forget now that maybe 20 years ago when I first started teaching that wasn't perhaps such an issue, and now it's a bigger issue that we might have. Though when you're talking about those really tricky concepts in geography, it might actually be that some of your students close at home actually miss what's going on. That's like us. But obviously, I'm going to say put their hands up and say. So it's just being aware, isn't it? Making sure that your students, if you're talking about anything that is tricky, anything that is difficult in your subject, you kind of know where that line is. Which students you've got to look out for might be a bit uncomfortable. We talk about things that we talk about in UK poverty and things like deprivation. So we look at perhaps we're looking at London, we might look at the inequality between somewhere like Newham and Kensington and Chelsea, but it's real extremes. And we look at how the life expectancy varies. About 10 years actually between those two places. And again, you talked about like the conditions in Newham. You need to be careful that you're not stereotyping, because again, even when I was teaching in very rural Suffolk last year, some of my students were quite, they were bussed in from Ipswich, they were living quite close to where I actually lived, but going to school in countryside where most people are like, they've got a nice life, haven't they? These are rural kids, they're quite middle class. But actually, I've got students in my year 10 class who were being to food that morning, they were temporarily homeless, and we sometimes forget about that. So I think there is that, in geography particularly, when I'm talking about distant places, I've got to remember that some of my students also live quite difficult lives. It's not just talking about people on the other side of the world.
It's interesting to bring it back to self-shine, just in terms of history, and thinking about a topic like medicine through time and something when you start to kind of contemporise medicine through time, and how do you go about being sensitive in the teaching of that topic to students in the room?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it all comes down to as well just making sure that you know the pupils, you know who's sat in front of you, that you can be sensitive if those topics do come up. And I just think, from a historical perspective, whenever we are doing topics about how something changes through time, and maybe things like even social class, which can be quite tricky, but because we teach it obviously from a historical perspective, students are they understand how social class developed even from the Middle Ages when the feudal system was in place, and then they look at how social class and social mobility then starts to change through time. When they then look at something like the Industrial Revolution, they have a look at we've now got working class, middle class, and then upper class, and so I think it's just teaching it as I say, because obviously from the history classroom, it is giving it a narrative and teaching it from a historical perspective and having a look at how it has changed through time to how it is now in the present day.
A question for Craig, just because it's something that we have to do within educational policies. Pupil premium, which is obviously a policy we have to talk about within the subject, the sensitivity of teaching pupil premium and having that real strong awareness of somebody going, you could be talking in a very, not casual way, but like you're speaking so kind of freely about what pupil premium is and kind of going, there's about 25% of my room, which is pupil premium. How do you go about kind of navigating those challenges?
I think that goes, I mean, you navigate it the same way as you deal with many other things. I always feel very, very aware of my own class, gender and ethnicity when I'm dealing with education, and particularly that topic area where you're looking at education. And you're also very aware of all of that in the room. And there is, to put it quite bluntly, so within the study of education, there is quite a lot of negativity around social class and certain ethnic groups and certain genders, particularly when you look at that. And it's always a case of balancing out what you're talking about. So sort of, when we talk about free school, people being on free school meals or people being on pupil premium, they're going to struggle. It's always a case of sort of like saying that's not always the case. This is not always the case. There is a trend, but there are reasons beneath that trend. We can see that there are percentages of higher levels of students who are on free school meals who struggle. But is that an accurate measure? So, for example, I mean, I think it's the rate for free school meals now is £12,000. And you could say, well, somebody on £15,000 wouldn't qualify for free school meals, but may still be struggling. Yeah. So there's lots. I mean, I think it's looking at that quantitative versus qualitative kind of debate. So they say, well, this research shows us one thing, but we need to look beneath that data and those statistics. I think it's also about having a safe classroom where people feel safe and discuss it. I mean, I worked a lot in FE, so we had kids from all sorts of backgrounds coming in, and sort of the conversations we would have, there was always this generated this safe environment where quite early on we were very clear that, no sexism, no racism, homophobia, all of these things, didn't exist in our classroom. We spoke with respect about other people, and I think that was the way we kind of approached it. Is that yes, there may be some sensitive topics that we deal with, and when we do have other sensitive topics elsewhere in the course, we're given disclaimers. I mean, we've had things like domestic violence. When you talk about domestic violence, and you've got children who may have been subject to they may be cared for children who've witnessed domestic violence. There's lots of, it's all about sort of, to me, making them feel safe in the classroom and making them feel respected, regardless of what we're talking about.
And that's a really important answer that you've said there, because again, what we all have a responsibility for in our classrooms is to create that space. A difficult question to pose, which I'm sort of highly with on here, is what are the obstacles to teaching in the face of cancel culture, especially with topics like race, class, gender and sexuality?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of face this a lot in English, because obviously a lot of the texts that we study in GCSE literature have some of these issues in, particularly Inspector Calls that I'm thinking of straight away. And I, talking about kind of cancel culture, I've got a 15-year-old boy, still massive apologies for interrupting your French thing. Honestly, mum sends a singing thing on WhatsApp, open. But yeah, so I have a 15-year-old boy who I think I've brought up to be reasonably feminist, to be completely honest. We a very LGBTQ-friendly household in my house, and it's really depressed me at the moment that I've had like 4 arguments with him about Andrew Tate and kind of misogynist like him, and my son says, oh, you're cancelling me, or you're cancelling him, and it's become like his kind of #1 kind of refrain at the moment. And I think I face that with kids as well, especially looking at the portrayal of Gerald in Inspector Calls, or you'll be thinking back to GCSE now, good old JB Priestley. And whenever I sort of taught Gerald, a lot of the boys in year 10 especially, because I don't feel like they're very grown up in year year 10, they're sort of 2 years behind the girls at least by then. And they're sat there and, you know, talking about Gerald and saying, you know, what do you think of Gerald? And all the girls are going, he's gross, you know, and all the boys are like, Gerald's a G, you know. And actually I've had to say, well, no, let's unpick this. So, you know, we've looked at the fact that yes, Gerald did feed Eva and he did give her somewhere to stay. However, the place that gave her to stay was his friend's kind of man pad, where what bachelors had to take Lily back. He only gave that place to stay because he knew that the only thing he could pay with was her body. So it was, you know, manipulative. And we look at theories like the feminist gaze, the female gaze and things. So I guess it's illuminating them really, you know, teenage boys, they can be very black and white sometimes, and it's giving them access to like those shades of grey, I think, is really, really important. But, you know, we face a lot of these sort of very sort of maybe pale and stale literature that we teach now, thanks Michael Gove. You know, we do face a lot of kind of issues like colonialism, particularly in the works of Dickens, etc. Jekyll and Hyde, some of the language in there is horrendous. And it is about, you know, mice and men. Lots of schools have stopped teaching that now because of the use of the N-word, etc., the portrayal of crooks. But I think it is about actually teaching students sort of the history behind those words and the stigma behind it, and looking at, you know, I think probably Ofsted are going to come swooping in now like the FBI and arresting for being snowflake. But I do think, you know, looking at things like kind of Black Lives Matter alongside it, looking at the idea of privilege, etc. I think that's really important when you're teaching those quite archaic texts.
I want to pass that on to just Sophie, and I'll come over to Cole just in a moment. But just from a PSHE perspective, because of the absolute range of topics that have to be, one, adheres to, and two, schools need to respond to.
So at my school personally, I've been redoing the year 7 and 8 curriculum this year, and in the ever-changing world where people are worried about being cancelled and they are worried about that cancel culture, we are the only people who can give students a certain level of knowledge within society, and we have them for such a short space of time, and we cannot be afraid to tackle those difficult topics. So it's all about educating your teachers. So one thing that we've done this year is they look at race through Dave's song Black, and they pick apart the lyrics of it. So why is he saying black is beautiful, but black is also being called archaic or whatever, but we had actual queens, like why has society done this to us? And putting kind of Dave in between the teacher and the people and giving teachers a little bit of protection, but also you're just addressing the literature, you're just addressing something that's in front of you. We did something similar as well with hijabs recently, so we looked at, and it was year 7 actually, we looked at Iran, and they looked at how hijabs can be really freeing for women. They can be really freeing, they can wear them, and it can, you know, it can hide them from male gaze, or it can do all these different things for women, and if they choose to wear them, then that is fine. But it was looking at both perspectives and saying, look, it's okay to wear one, and it's okay to not wear one. And if you've got the choice, then brilliant and beautiful, and just making sure that if you're coming from a place of respect for everybody, no matter the lesson, you can't go wrong. And I think we just need to make sure that our teachers aren't afraid to tackle difficult topics. But also they've got someone in school, so if any of my teachers are struggling or don't know where to pitch it in PSHE, they can come to me, I have a drop in, we can talk through discussions, and that's fine. And you know, just making sure that
I think that's the important thing, isn't it? Teachers need CPD. You know, some of us have been in the classroom for quite a really long time, and unfortunately, you know, there are some issues that are happening now that we might not be as equipped to deal with because we didn't have the training. So I think that's where organisations like BAMED, Diversity Ed, etc., we can get real race experts in to actually teach our teachers, so we are equipped and empowered to be able to do a decent job of that.
This has been a fantastic opportunity to have 5 different subjects up here. We have slightly overrun, but however, I feel like this has been fantastic. And I know, Carl, you have a question, and I know there might be a few other questions out there as well. Carl?
I love what you said. I love particularly what you're saying about not being afraid. But this idea of hiding things, pulling things down and getting rid of them, and destroying things so that you don't have to talk about them, frightens me. Because I think we should be talking about it, it should be made an object to be talked about. otherwise you might forget about that because you're not there to see it.
I think it's about having that criticality and being able to analyse and critically analyse and pull those type of things apart. But just, I just want to sort of say, I come and work in the school. So, and the answers you gave in the activity this morning and stuff like that, it's something great place to live.
I think as well, like it's a lot harder at GCSE than Key Stage 3 because you're not allowed to talk about certain things because there was a year ago a mandate by the Department for Education that you're not allowed to speak about certain approaches or certain things in lessons. So in HE at A level you've got much more freedom to do that because you're dealing with adults. But like I've been pulled up in school for giving my students an article about critical race theory when we were doing a test, and I was pulled up in front of the head. So this is what GCSE teachers are facing. It's top-down control, I'm afraid. So I think you're absolutely right. I completely agree with you. We shouldn't be cancelling things. We should be talking about them, but we are under quite heavy scrutiny.
Which is absolutely disgusting.
Yes. Yeah. Teachers can be struck off, literally. I think as well, just to add from also the point that you were making in the English, from an English perspective, and also this idea of putting things down, removing things, and that can be quite difficult. I can certainly say from, again, a historical perspective, we try and do a lot of work at Key Stage 3 before they get to Key Stage 4 and Key Stage 5 to tackle those more difficult parts of history. So an example of that, our Year 9s have just been looking at what does it mean to be Black and British. They have been looking at recent scholarship, looking at Black migrants' experience when they came, particularly like looking at through the Windrush generation. And actually we do have a section where we do teach the Black Lives Matter movement, the history of it, and we use the narrative of the Edward Colston statue to teach them why that statue at that moment in time was pulled down and has now since been put in a museum with the graffiti still left on. So we actually do educate our children so that they have a really rich understanding of their own history and so they get an understanding of what is going in the news and how that directly impacts them. Again, as well, what we try to do is things like empire, where we do teach them that. We also look at material culture. So we actually do, we've done a whole new inquiry. It's been the first time we've done it. We really enjoyed planning it, where we would use objects that have since been placed in the Victoria and Albert Museum or the British Museum, and we looked at how have they got there, where did they come from first, and what is the culture and the history behind that. And again, it is putting the object in between empire and the pupil. So again, you are teaching it from a historical perspective rather than a political one.
Fascinating. Just absolutely fascinating. I know, Kerry, you have a question as well.
I've actually got two.
Go for it.
So we were talking a lot about sort of marking. I'm a little bit allergic to marking, I have to say. So in my school we have a feedback policy. So my first question is, what's the most effective form of assessment and feedback in your subject? And then my second question is, I know that there's a couple of you who do teach sociology and something else, obviously geography, I teach health and social care. And I feel that sociology and health and social care, that they kind of influences my teaching. So when I'm teaching health and social care, I've always got sociology in the back of my head. But equally, when I'm teaching sociology, I've got health and social care. So how do you find that your two subjects influence each other? Sorry.
I don't mind going for the marking one first.
Go for the marking one.
As an English teacher, I'm holding my name.
Yeah.
Yeah, worst subject in the world to mark, literally. But yeah, feedback policies are very sensible. I think move away from 20 different coloured pens, etc., and sort of EF's evidence that actually, reams and reams of written feedback doesn't get read and makes no impact on the students. They did that research that cost millions of pounds. I've done it for a 10, I think, after 15 years in the classroom. But no, I mean, for me, it's verbal feedback in English 100%. So that, or using the visualiser, with the students' work to mark it, students marking their own alongside or marking paste. And you really need that mule training, I think, for effective peer assessment to happen. So you're not just getting a tick saying write more, those comments we've seen.
Go on, Vicky.
Sorry, is that linked to?
Yeah, I was just going to add on to marketing.
So if you, I'll mark him and I'll answer your question about the.
Go on, Becky.
So I came up just very recently by pure chance with a very good way of doing verbal feedback, and they don't only talk about that Ofsted, and one of the things with verbal feedback, you've got evidence your feedback. And so what I've got my students to do now is to do their handwriting, their essay or whatever it is, and then I get them, we use Teams. So they photograph their handwritten piece, they send it to me on Teams chat, I then press the microphone button, so it takes me like 5 minutes to read the essay, I press the microphone and I speak my feedback, they then have to write what I've said onto the bottom of their work. And so it then shows that like they've actually, as you say, because otherwise I spend forever writing these beautiful things, more than they do. And then when I read it, they go, oh, okay.
Well, there was a trend a while ago of having the feedback stamp
Yeah.
like destroyed, I think, inspections, etc. But
yeah,
there's a lot of schools I go to are still doing visual art, tweaking aesthetics, but no, you know, it's I think stuff like that is brilliant. But for me, I could tell it had been actioned because I could see the things that crossed out and the things that drafted. So if anybody ever asked me in an inspection, and I went through many because I worked in a special measures school, I would say, well, the evidence is there because you can see the redrafting. I would also, add on to that. So my role as well as my associate lead practitioner role is also in marking feedback. It's what I specialise in. So I have provided our school with a few CPD sessions on what effective marking feedback does look like, and couldn't agree more than lengthy written comments. It just does not work. It's not effective. What we have found, even again from Key Stage 3 into 4 into 5, is making the students improve their work. So if we notice that there are common mistakes that the students seem to be making, if there is something that they have maybe missed from their answer, there's maybe a gap in their knowledge, giving them the time once they've done an assessment to see how can you improve upon that, and making sure that they are then active in that feedback, so they're not passive in that. Dirt, we used to call it. Dedicated environment, reflection time. And then you don't need the evidence, because it's literally there.
Vicky, I believe you want to answer Terry's second question.
So if you are somebody who does teach 2 GCSE subjects, I think it's really important to make sure that you're constantly reinforcing where things have linked. So I'd often say in a sociology lesson, and quite a lot of the students were students that I talk about, right? And so remember we did this, and this links to what we did in geography yesterday when we were looking at perhaps like urban deprivation, and we did our case study in Stratford, and obviously now we can see this, so we're talking about how social policies affect that. So I think it is just, it's like little easy wins, and it's the same with exam technique and stuff that you could do in the same way. So in your geography essays, we do this, remember we taught this, so obviously in our sociology essays, we do the same. So it's just making sure that you don't teach, but they're obviously quite separate subjects, but there was a bit of overlapping, like you say, you always think about it from a different perspective, don't you? Like, have I covered this? Can I reinforce it a bit more, just so students are really rubbish at making their own cross-curricular links, aren't they? Like geography, there's in the exam, 10% of the exams, 3 papers is mathematical skills, and then like, they just don't, you know how to do this, it's like basic maths. They're like, but what in the geography? Essentially, it's the same as you do in maths, but just do it in geography. But I think it's just that, isn't it? Like, so we did this in geography, we can have the social care, easily together.
Ladies and gents, thank you so much to our panel for that really in-depth conversation and debate and discussion there about a whole variety of topics. Thank you to our panel. You're okay, you're okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very little change, and we're going to ask for our in our third section of our Teachmeet section, for Megha Vernon to come up, who's going to be delivering her Teachmeet style talk now. She is Head of Social Sciences and PCD at Bedford Academy, as well as a sixth form tutor. She has also completed her qualification in the MPQ LTD, which makes her someone I can't wait to pick her mind after this. Again, we may try and have a few moments for Q&A, but also I do appreciate we're probably under the cost slightly in terms of time. Oh, you picked that?
Yeah. And
Down? Down. Down. Yes.
I think it's down as an expression.
No.
Okay, hi guys. So, like Cindy said, my name is Meg. I'm Head of Social Sciences at Bedford Academy. In this kind of really short session, I'm just going to be covering my top tips for the crime and deviance section of paper 3 for AQA. So, I think for this paper in particular, because it's paper 3, for me, having taught sociology before, one of two things happens to students by the time they get to paper 3. They have either got the momentum of all of their exams and they are absolutely flying through, or they have lost all momentum and it is a drag to get them through paper 3, particularly because the crime and deviance section is worth so many marks. It can, for some of them, be a real struggle. So,
Other way.
there we go. Okay, so my 4 top tips, just kind of to reinforce for students in the crime and deviance section for paper 3, would be all about names. We do a theories and reboot as well. Links across other topics, which I know we've kind of just spoken a little bit about in our panel discussion, so I'm hoping what I'm going to say is not too repetitive. And timings as well, mainly for this section. So what I'm going to do is I'll talk through each of these with us and just kind of how I do things within my setting. Obviously, this is not to say it's going to work for everyone and it's not fit for everybody's setting, but this is what works really well for us at Bedford Academy. So I think these 4 things for me, particularly, Tuesday and Wednesday this week have just had Ofsted, which I won't say too much about because Beth, I know you're going to go into Ofsted in a second. But even though social sciences was not deep dived, it felt like a deep dive. So for me, going back to the basics of these things, having Ofsted in was really, really kind of core to some of the questions that they were asking me and where the discussions were going. So in terms of names, one thing our students are not great at doing in their answers is remembering names of people. They could go through the whole paper 3 and not mention a single name, not even realise they've done it, come out and say, Miss, I think that went super, and I'm like, okay, great, who did you talk about? And they're like, nobody. And it's that moment of, okay, you didn't use a single name. So for us, it's highlighting the kind of key names that might come across in paper 1, paper 2, and paper 3. So it could be the likes of Mark, Serpine, Foucault, whoever it is, those for us are our really kind of key basic names. So we start with those as our basics, and from those, I kind of call it like a spider web of other names and other researchers and other theorists and where we can see them. So if we take Marx as our example, we might start with Marx and have other Marxists that follow on from him, so whether it's Raymond, Chambliss, Snyder, linking with those, it could then also move on to from traditional Marxists to neo-Marxists, so people like Hall, Young and Taylor. But this isn't the only place that we see Hall. We also see Hall when we are talking about ethnicity and crime and deviance. So not only is Hall a form of Marxism, Hall also looks at ethnicity. But students are necessarily able to make those connections straight away. So for us, we explicitly teach it in this sense of, right, we have looked at this person, where else can we see them? The same with Lee and Young. Lee and Young in that sense of ethnicity, but also we see Lee and Young again in right realism, left realism a little bit as well with Murray and Wilson and Kelly. So we need to, and I'm sure a lot of us probably feel the same way, really explicitly teach those names to our students, but also pick up where have we seen them before, where are we going to see them again? Because if we don't do that, I can speak to my year 13s, they're not super duper at doing it. So names is a really, really key one for us. My second top tip is looking at a theories reboot. So, I keep using my classroom as an example, and I just feel a bit bad, but at the beginning kind of each new section that we teach, we do a theories reboot. So we do theories right from the end of year 12 to give them that sort of foundational knowledge, but then when we go and teach families and households and media and education and crime and deviance, we do a theories reboot. So we go back to the basics of these theories just to kind of reaffirm for the students, what are those theories saying? What is the core concepts of those theories? Before I even try and apply it to families and households, what do we actually know? So the way we do this, we do brain dumps a lot. So what do we know? After we've done a brain dump, let's go and fill it in with the things that we are missing. It could be association. So like we just kind of looked at Marx and how we can associate Marx to Hall and Hall to Murray, whatever it is.
how can we associate those theories with what we already know? Give things like quick memory flashes, finish the theory, so give them a kind of sentence or a starter and then say to them, right, okay, let's fill it in, what else can we remember about it, and finish off what we know with the theory. Or it could just be really simple, quick revision. But for me, I would say it's not necessarily pointless to go and teach them the whole new section, but unless they can remember the core concepts of those theories, everything else that you then do from that point is kind of redundant. So theories reboot, I would say, is a really, really strong one for us and our students. Links across other topics would be my third one. So I know we did just speak about this in the panel, how some of us who teach a second subject with sociology, there is so many cross-curricular links that we can make and we know. So I teach criminology, for example, so crime and deviance plays a massive part in that. A lot of our students will do at A-level criminology, psychology and sociology, but even though they do all three subjects, they cannot make a link between psychology, sociology and criminology. So I had one of my year 13s the other day, we were looking at situational crime prevention and target hardening. And I just whizzed through it really, really quick, and he was like, what are you talking about? You haven't taught us that before. And I'm like, no, but you've learned it in sociology. And he's like, well, I haven't. I'm like, you have, because I taught it to you. But because it was two different classrooms, different subjects, he couldn't make a link between the fact that he'd already looked at target hardening in sociology and was then looking at it again in criminology. So for him, that whole concept was like, what? Similarly with things like geography and psychology and maths and statistics. There's so much statistics in psychology. You know, we do Mann-Whitney, geography, cover Mann-Whitney, maths, covers Mann-Whitney. But there's so many links that we, I think, need to make probably a little bit more explicit for our students. So my 3 E's for links across other topics would be explicit, extended, and effective. So I've had a bit of a cold this week, and also. So for things to be explicit, obviously we have to label it, we have to say it. And like I say, they're not always great at picking it up themselves. The extended kind of side of things is building on their prior knowledge after it has been recut. So we can't just expect them to remember everything instantly. We have to make sure we're constantly going back to things. And I know with, you know, our A-level subjects, there's so much core content that we have to get through. Chances to recap and rebuild on that knowledge are really, really limited. Even if it's setting it for homework, even if it's, right, using your extended study periods, this is what we're going to do. It's making the time to do those things that for a lot of our students can make the world of difference. And for things to be effective, we have to have made it explicit and extended. If we're not doing those things, the revision, the recapping, the knowledge is not going to be effective. So, if we take as an example, media coverage in crime and deviance, we might look at the hypodermic syringe model as our example. So we cover the hypodermic syringe model in crime and deviance, but that is also covered in paper 2. So we do media as one of our optional topics. We've done social strat and beliefs before, and they've not worked very well for us. We find media and families and households are our two that really kind of get us the wins of our students. So whilst we cover hypodermic syringe model in crime and deviance, like the media section, we also need to make that explicit link back to paper 2 and say to them, we have done this before, because look back to media in paper 2. That then also links in with Marxism. So it's about making those really clear links for the students in whichever way it is that we do it, that they have covered something before, they do know what it is, and this is how we can weave it all back in and bring it all back together. And then my final one is time to keep an eye on the clock. If my year 12s and year 13s were told you can have 20 minutes for a full marker, they'd still make it take 40 minutes. So, obviously, we all kind of know for AQA anyway, the marks, the minutes, things like that. What I would say is, and I know it sounds kind of not counterproductive to say to start off by giving them more time, but ultimately, I can never expect a 17-year-old to do a 30 marking in 45 minutes if they've not been taught how, they've never done it before, and they actually don't have that skill set yet. That'd be like telling me to go and referee a football game. Pointless, counterproductive, I don't even know what to do. So, similarly, with those kind of extended writing, we have to, which I know again we talked about this in the panel, kind of give students those extended writing skills before we can expect them to do it. So equally, whilst it would be great for them to say, right, 30 marks, 45 minutes, crack on, off you go, I'm going to sit here and mark this, unless I have said to them, this is how we do it. Scale back the time initially, and then kind of bring it back to get them to do it within that time frame. So we're giving students a little bit more time to begin with when they first start doing 30 markers or even 10 markers as well. I think 10 markers sometimes can really throw students if it's an item question, whatever it is. They have a tendency to not stick to timers. So give them more time to practice initially would be, my main thing. After a while, scale it back, take away those writing frames, give them slightly less amount of time to do something and work towards that end goal rather than expecting them to be able to do it straight away, bish bash bosh, done. But also explicitly teach them those components that make up that extended writing. So if it is a 10 marker or a 30 marker, I do, we do, you do, walking, talking mocks, whatever it is, there's so many things we can give students to help them become better writers that can make those links, that can get all of this done in the amount of time that they need to do. And there's 100 more ways to do it. We just need to make sure we are doing it effectively and we are doing it really, really well as well. So those are my 4 top tips for primary groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Meg, and I knew that you were going to have loads of good ideas there that I was going to speak to you about in the break. Ladies and gents, on that note, we are going to take a very quick break. We're going to take about 10 minutes. We're going to come back at 2:50. And just as a reminder, there are still plenty of merchandise back there for people to get. Remember, all that money is going to STEM for charity. There is also the Blucket quiz, which is going on, and at the moment, we have a new leader, which was Morg. Just double checking. Oh, the tension is killing me here.
Yes, still Morg.
Yeah, still Morg in the lead. And on that note as well, Sarah from Collins has very generously has said there will be a first and second prize also given on behalf of Collins as well. So that is very kind of her to offer that as well for the Blucket prize. Please get some more teas and coffees. There is plenty of refreshments in there. Dive in and get some, please. Well, yeah.
I don't know. I've no idea.
guys don't. And that kind of gave us like the edge over anybody trying to deconstruct what on earth we're talking about. And I felt so much like when we were going through all this stuff with Ofsted, that it is so surrounded by jargon and Ofstedese and, you know, and these the language that actually, if we can deconstruct that language, we're doing all these things that Ofsted want us to be doing. But it's all about what is it they're actually trying to ask us when they say words like curriculum intent. That's not a word. That's like something constructed. And so therefore that's what my talk's going to be all about, is just looking at those words. So context is obviously, I've been through this thinking process for the last 2 years. I feel like I use Ofsted in a very dreadful way. And we, as part, so I'm now in a big FE college down in Bristol. We've got thousands of students. And for FE, what I didn't realise is something like the school setting is that your Ofsted rating directly relates to your income. So for FE, if we get downgraded, that's redundancy time. And we're suddenly cutting courses. So this is a big deal for us. So we've had a whole year whereby we kind of had an initial look at how things were going. Senior management decided things weren't necessarily as rosy as they could be. And so therefore we've spent an entire year talking with Ofsted inspectors, doing training, and actually having deep dives through each one of the subject areas to then try and pull apart what we can do to actually showcase what we're doing. So, breaking down the jargon, and that's what I felt like. So I sat down for one of these deep dives, and I kind of felt like, Ofsted, yeah, that's fine. I did this last year, and so therefore I know exactly what we're talking about. And I sat down, and the person who was deep diving said, "So what's your curriculum intent?" And I was like,
I'm so sorry.
The noise came, and I said, "Curriculum intent." And what in curriculum intent? I was like, well, I intend to teach the curriculum. Like, what on earth do you mean? What's curriculum intent? And I think that's the thing. Like, what do all these words mean? And what is it? I said to them, don't ask me silly words like that. Ask me what you want me to tell you. Like, what is it you're looking for? If you've got a checklist there of 20 things I should be doing, don't say, what's your curriculum intent? And then go through them in a squirrely kind of fashion to see if I've managed to remember all 20. Ask me what you mean. And so essentially, that's for me what my last year has all been about. I read sociology in the FE college, I was a BDPQ, and we've got hundreds and hundreds of students, so it's a massive deal. We're trying to, and lots of members of staff. So how can I show what we're doing is hitting the Ofsted requirements? So there's all these kind of words, lesson sequencing, target setting, learning impact, partnership working, continuous skills, the assessment and feedback, and all those kind of words. I was like, but what do they mean? What do they actually mean? So we did a whole load of research. We all went to read books and talked to inspectors and talked to other areas of the college as well. And came up with the 3 I's. I'm not sure we actually came up with it, but this is what we came up with in our training that we then delivered. And it's regular ideas that are packaged in jargon. And it's that jargon that kind of gives us that horror of, I don't know what you mean. It's almost like, I remember through university reading about these amazing theories, and it's kind of like the Rumpelstiltskin philosophy of name it and nail it. If you can say curriculum intent, it's like you're sorted, you know what Ofsted is about. You don't. So how can we unpackage it? So we went through and looked at intent, implementation, and impact. And we said that these were the 3 kind of areas that we really needed to be able to showcase to Ofsted. So intent, that is, simply put, why do you do what you do? And when you say it more like that, actually it becomes less scary and less sort of confusing as what we wanted to show you. So what are you trying to achieve through teaching sociology? And I quite like this, because it's almost like, it's like a mission statement. Like, why? Why do you teach sociology? And, so I was like, because I want everyone to understand each other. I want humans to understand humans and to understand inequality and to make the world a better place. That's the reason behind sociology. So that's why I do it. Well, that's actually what Ofsted want to know. But you would never know that if they said to you, what's your curriculum intent? So what are you trying to achieve? What schemes do you follow? So if that's what you're trying to achieve, humans interacting and knowing each other better, how do you plan that? What schemes do you follow?
in order to make sure that that's what you're achieving. So, for example, you might have schemes of work, which is essentially your syllabus broken down over the course of the year, with kind of maybe, not even necessarily a timeline of when you're going to do it, but just like a flow chart. You do this, then this, then this, then this. So some kind of scheme of work with objectives and criteria behind it. What keywords do you intend people to know by the end? What principal theorists' names do you intend people to know by the end? So what is it you're trying to impart to the children, to the students? And then why are you doing it in that order? So why are you starting with this and then going on through to this? Why are you doing crime and deviance first? Why are you doing, oh gosh, I couldn't tell. Why are you doing crime and deviance first? Why do you do, I don't know, education after family? Like, you know, why is it that you put it together in that order? And actually one of the things that these discussions then made us actually think about was, well, why is it that we do it like that? I've always taught my theory topic, the standalone theory topic, I've always taught that at the end of year 12 before year 13. And you kind of think, one of the reasons, just as you were saying, is actually they really need this kind of recap because they've spent a year doing sociology and then they need to go back over it. And so it forms a really nice, like, go back over it before you then restart again. And so all these are things, why are you doing it in that order? What skills do students learn during the course? Not just like, oh, they can come out and tell me what a normal value is, but actually, have they used IT? Are they now able to use Teams? Can they use Google? Can they, you know, what's their research skills like? All these kind of things, like what skills do you impart? And that's all about intent, but under that word intent, you'd never have got that. The next bit in terms of implementation, forget the word implementation, this is how do you do what you do? So what resources do you use? What textbooks do you use? How do you repeat things? How do you get them to learn things? How do you get them, do you use mind maps? Do you use word cards? Do you use, like, what do you do? How is it that they're going to learn these kind of things? You can have all your, like, the materials, so textbooks, revision guides, videos, literature, journals, sociology reviews, all those kind of things. It can link into like how you teach those skills. So again, all the stuff that we've been talking about today that we all do, but that just you kind of almost have to stop and think that you do. Because just like with an exam, we say to the students, well, don't just know it, put it on a bit of paper. Exam is not going to give you any marks, it's not on that bit of paper, it's still in your head. And that's, in a sense, where I had to get to with Ofsted, in the idea that I'm doing all this stuff, and I'm doing my C1, do1, teach ones, and, you know, and all these things. We're doing all these things, but actually, unless I write it down on a bit of paper, in the same way my students have to for exams, Ofsted won't necessarily be able to see the full range of what I do. They'll get a snapshot. And so this is a sense of like thinking about why we're doing things that we do. And it did actually make some really interesting conversations about what's the best way of doing things. We've flipped some stuff around as well. We've taken the methods topic. One thing I did this year was take that out and make it into a self-study topic. Really interesting, gives loads more teaching time. We then embedded knowledge in class rather than spending time standing there going through what's the questionnaire. Much better way of doing it. So actually these things can lead to really good outcomes. How do you support weaker learners? How do you stretch and challenge? There's so much on the AQA Facebook group in terms of podcast lists, documentary lists, reading lists. It's phenomenal. Just go onto that, Google search it, drop it into your own sort of your own same areas. How do you develop a love for learning? Little stories as you go along, all this kind of stuff. How do you make it personal? And then finally, impact, which is the kind of the back end of it all. You want to know that students have actually learned something. And so this is there, how do you know what you're doing is working? So this will be all your formative and summative assessments, it will be all your workbooks, it will be all your essay books, it will be all those kinds of things. But essentially, it comes down to, if you walk into a sociology classroom, the Ofsted person wants to be able to speak to someone in there and say, tell me something you didn't know at the start of the course that you do know now. And that phrase is something that completely throws my students. So when we had the deep dive, my students sat there like, oh, I don't know if I know anything that I didn't already. Do we know anything? And they sort of like, they're just absolutely thrown by all these questions, aren't they? Because just in the same way that when someone says to me, what's your curriculum intent? I'm like, oh, I don't know, to teach the course. Because it's packaged in such a way it's inaccessible. So almost pre-training your students and saying to them, the first 10 minutes of every lesson is where we recap last lesson. And I didn't realise I needed to tell my students that, but one of the questions that they were asked was, do you ever recap your previous lessons? No, they all said across the board. No, never recap the previous lesson. I was like standing in the doorway, like 10 minutes of every lesson, what do you think I'm standing at the front door? And so then I said to them, do you realise that we are now recapping last lesson? And so in a sense, it's kind of like, as much as we need to be trained, we need to train our students and to be able to showcase what Ofsted are looking for as well. And that doesn't happen overnight. It's a continual process. And so there's stuff on here, and I have such little time, I could spend all day talking about this. But this is like, how do you assess them? What's your assessment schedule? When do you put exams in? Why have you got exams there? Why have you got mocks before Easter? Why have why is it that you're doing these things? But rather than, well, we have mocks before Easter because I wanted to fail, realise they failed and revise for Easter. Like, I need to say that in probably a professional way on a bit of paper. So when Ofsted look for that bit of paper as to, like, think about curriculum planning, there it is. So it's one of these painful kind of processes. It was a slightly painful process because we did have to sit down. It wasn't quite a bit of work. But actually, out of the back of it came a lot of really interesting discussions on how can we do these things better. Because essentially, all you're doing is writing down the reasons why you do what you do. And in that writing it down, you're doing exactly what the students are doing. You are showing that you have thought about it, that you've knowledge, that you have not just gone, oh, geez, Monday morning, quick, we'll do some sociology. But actually, that this is part of a planned scheme. And I think that's what Ofsted are after. And if you break down the horrible jargon that it is all packaged into, it's often very sensible, basic stuff, but that just takes the admin time to sit down and write. So if your school is facing the dreaded call, my heart goes out to you, but please feel free to get in touch, but also just have a look at the ideas on here and just think about breaking it down. So what do you do? Why do you do it? How do you do it? How do you know it works? And that's essentially what they're after. And if you can showcase some of that, even if it's not all written down, but you've actually pre-thought it before someone sits in front of you and asks you that question, and you pre-thought it to your class as well, importantly, because your class, the Ofsted inspector, is very interested and will spend most of the time with them. If they know why you're doing it, what you're doing, and your teaching methods, then actually they can help you showcase those things to Ofsted, whereas otherwise they wouldn't know what you're talking about. So that's my Ofsted talk.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Becca, and just incredibly, it's that whole kind of, makes me think of David Dider, and the whole kind of making the implicit explicit type thing, and I think that's a really important presentation you're giving there and just helping us think about what we do and how we do it. We are on to what is our final mystery guest in my writing here, and our final mystery guest, she was our keynote speaker from last year, but this year we have gone in, we had her back again via a video recording, and really, we're really grateful to have her give a talk again. I'm a massive fan of her book, which you all should have in your bags. It's a very kind donation from Colin, who are our guests of this event. For those who are uninitiated, Sarah Camp is a university lecturer at Canterbury Christ Church University. And when I was I remember when she was here last year, there was a quote from her, I've written it down here, something like, here we go. I also love her relationship with the subject back as one of the first cohorts to ever do O-level sociology when it was introduced. So that means she was doing this subject from the age of 14 years old. And it just made me think back to what I said earlier in the presentation, that love and passion for the subject from such a tender age, and realising how important, having also, C. Wright Mills and all that, and all kind of sociological imagination, and having that mindset in the way that we approach our jobs and the way that we go about our teachings. believe Tom
Yes. Do you want me to go for it?
Tom is here.
We're your mystery speakers. So we want to
Hang on.
Sarah Kent and I'm Jennifer Hartwell, we're your mystery speakers. Yeah, we want to. So we were motivated to write both books following some research that we did with sociology teachers, and it revealed that sociology is, of course, as we know, extremely popular in school, but is often accorded lower status. And yes, seems to be dated in curriculum, sometimes actually that curriculum even seem to be dangerous, discredited by more recent sociology. And I think we can all think of instances where that happens, and examples of that in the curriculum. I think sometimes sociology has become a little bit stuck, but also sometimes a little bit problematic. When we're talking about certain communities as underachieving and we're blaming their culture for that, or at least turning to culture to explain it. And when the curriculum reinforces heteronormative, masculine, white and global, white global northern values and assumptions. And so one way to manage this is to teach students to be critical and reflexive, and to make sure that the studies that they learn about are contemporary and careful.
Following this research evidence, we wanted to defend and celebrate sociology, providing a book that established why it is so very important to study sociology and to become a rigorous and reflective sociologist. Now, we know that sociology can be empowering, and we wanted to support the passionate and excellent teachers with a book that showcased the value of our discipline and that taught the skills of criticality and reflexivity. So from this aspiration, how to be a sociologist was conceived.
So our research with teachers also revealed that students find studying methods to be dry and boring. Of course, this is not surprising to us. We often see the same happening at university. But this response seems to be much more likely when learning research methods is taught through a checklist of the advantages and disadvantages of each method. We think methods probably come alive when students really understand the connection between theory and method, what we call methodology. They understand why particular methods are being used, and they understand, the reasoning behind methodology. And we also think it comes alive when it's taught in an applied way through real studies that are really relevant to students, and when people can see how methods are being used in practice. So we wanted to talk about methods using these two principles because we think it enables students to be critical and analytical, as well, of course, as skilled researchers themselves. And from this thinking, how to be a social researcher using key sociological studies was imagined, a book that draws on classic and contemporary research to introduce students to the full range of methods. And we've designed it as an interactive book, punctuated with questions and exercises, and actually drawing on our own experience of research as being researchers. Because we think that by examining the actual doing of research, we reveal the joy, the value, and the messiness of sociological work, the ethical dilemmas of practical study, and the checks that must be put in place to protect research subjects and guard against our own biases, of course. And we use the book to learn about the advantages and disadvantages of different methods, the insights that it gains, but also the impact that sociological research has on those that we study, as well as wider society.
So using skill studies about crime, family, education and equality, we support the specification by giving students far more detail about research findings and the way that research is being undertaken. So we looked at examples at classic research by Durkheim, Bourdieu, Foucault, Oakley, Webb, Boys, Singapore, many more. And in doing so, we not explain just their methods, but we enhance students' understanding of the canon. We also include lots of up-to-date examples of experiments, surveys, interviews, ethnographies, documentary methods, mixed methods, and work using English statistics to showcase what sociological research is telling us now. And in this way, the content is relevant and timely. But more than this, we draw on some of the very work that challenges some of the more outdated ideas in sociology and showcases what decolonial, queer, feminist, and class-sensitive approaches to sociology look like. And we return to this in a moment. Overall, we think that the book will be inspiring, stretching, and empowering. We believe that studying sociological methodology is imperative. The social world is kaleidoscopic, and this is a metaphor that punctuates the book, and therefore is difficult to capture without several terms of the lenses, without several theories, and without several methods. We use the example of housework to show how different methods demand different questions of ask and afford different insights, although they all show a tentative division of labour that appears impervious to change. Because sociologists study the social world that non-sociologists inhabit, they use objective and value-free research techniques. They establish the value and distinctiveness of our findings, our methods and our theory, which shape the methods we prefer, enabling rigorous and reflexive inquiry that is distinct from journalism, opinion, political commentary, and so on.
Although we've just established how important it is to have sociological research methods, there are, of course, a lot of new threats to sociological expertise. The rise of big data and artificial intelligence, where data can be really quickly generated and rapidly collated, might be making, one argues, sociological research redundant. And certainly establishment borrows have made this very assertion. There's quite a question whether we actually need sociology anymore. We couldn't disagree more. We think sociology is extremely important, sociological research is important. In fact, sociological research expertise has never been more important, we would argue, because sociologists continue to do four critical things that other commentators, other social scientists do not do. First of all, of course, sociology has a unique focus. It makes a connection between personal trials and truths and triumphs, as we like to call them, in how to be a sociologist, and the wider social, historical, political, economic and cultural structures, norms and institutions known as subject plus this. Sociologists also have great skills in gathering quantitative data using surveys, for instance, and these continue to reveal these deep-seated patterns of inequity and give us indications of their causes. But more than this, sociologists play a critical role in interpreting and questioning the ready-made data that comes from official data sets and from artificial intelligence and from Facebook and so forth. And in undertaking this task, they play a critical role, not just evaluating the statistics that are out there, but in holding what we like to call pseudo-social sociology to account, those popular documentaries and newspaper articles that draw on the data that's out there and can be illuminating and sometimes very tempting to use in class, but they are not robust and they are often sensationalist. Thirdly, sociologists with their qualitative techniques elicit a deep understanding, of course, what we call the Stehen, of people's experiences of living in the world, their stories, their beliefs, their values, their understandings. And this qualitative research always aims to be representative and careful to acknowledge its own limitations, and therefore remains so very important. And fourthly, and very importantly, sociologists ask those questions that other researchers, and certainly politicians, are not so interested in asking. And in this way, sociological research serves to unsettle hegemonic power and give voice to minoritized and marginalized peoples.
What makes for good research and how do you become a great social researcher? We believe this capacity is rooted in being able to adjudicate the value of existing research. And in the book, we have replaced the acronym used by many teachers, perverts, which is used to say the least, with Strive. In all the centres that we review, we subject them to this interrogation and we enable students to become proficient themselves. We contend that excellent social research is, again, sociological. Good research asks properly sociological questions. It fulfills Mills's expectation of being imaginative, able to make connections between self and society, between history and biography, between individual experiences and social structures.
Okay, the key sounds so theoretical because we think it's really important that students think about the theory that sits behind each research study, because all excellent research recognises its own limits. Students need to work out what theoretical ideas and assumptions prompt the questions that are being asked, and of course then which questions remain unanswered. And to do this in the book, we teach about epistemology and ontology, and introduce students to positivism, interpretivism, realism, including Marxist, feminist, and critical race positions, and constructivism, and show how each of these positions utilises different methods, and each has a different view on whether sociology can be understood as a science.
All stands for representative, so we argue that good sociological research is never based just on common sense. It never simply relies on human biographical experience of living in the world. Rather, sociological research strives to ensure that the evidence and data gathered represent the entire population being studied. And here we teach students to judge the sample size and to assess generalisability. The I stands for impactful or impact, and the transformed potential that sociology can afford. We think sociology should evaluate all research according to whether it can bring about meaningful change in ideas, policies, and assumptions. They can ask, is this research making a difference? V stands for valid and reliable. We teach students about the importance of asking whether the research is really giving a truth to the topic comes for investigation, and whether the findings are accurate, repeatable, and consistent. And finally, the E stands for both ethical and reflects being aware of researchers' positionality. We teach students not only to research but the extent to which it's given attention to consent, confidentiality, and possible harm, but also to think about the possible biases of the research that stem from the researcher's own disposition to research. We show the positionality is shaped by gender, class, ethnicity, sexuality, disability, and age, as well, of course, by ontological and epistemological preferences. We also wanted to use the opportunity of writing this book to shake up sociological methods a bit by teaching students about new methods, but also shake up sociology, which sometimes gets a little bit stuck in its ways. And we wanted to use the image of a cocktail shaker actually in the book, but we weren't allowed to by HarperCollins because, of course, there's references to alcohol. So we've got a fruit shaker going on the back of this slide. But what we wanted to do is explain how the discipline of sociology is itself positioned by time, place, and dominant, what we call paradigmatic theory. We acknowledge in the book the absence of work of the impact of colonialism and show that many research findings assume a universality without exploring the importance of studying the social world from all perspectives. Therefore, the book is really intended not to support the students with a curriculum, but to stretch your students by introducing them to classical sociology that's missing from their textbooks, of course, such as W.E.B. Du Bois' research study, and more contemporary decolonial methods, queer methods, embodied methods, and auto and ethnobiography, for instance. Following our range of recent studies, we use a book to debunk myths that are sometimes, of course, unintentionally reinforced. So, for example, we draw on studies from education. We introduce studies that question official statistics about educational achievement and which often pathologise certain communities. We look at contrary evidence that cuts up official cases differently, and they use critical race theory. So, for example, we draw studies from Kilborn, Shane, and Demi. And we look at the usefulness of qualitative case studies that show how the lines of policy rather than culture per se sit behind difference. And here we draw on studies from Brown, for instance. We look at research about class and glass ceilings and glass floors and show what economised research into education can look like, drawn on the work of McDonald.
We also look at some of the myths that surround research of sort of data around and how data is being used around crime. And so we look at those studies that challenge the correlation between class, gender, and ethnicity in crime, and show how to undertake research that questions victim blaming, for example. This is really important in rape cases as well, this research shows us. We look at work that unpicks data about doorstep crime and its links to the Gypsy traveller community. Felix's work is really important here. And we also critically examine and explain stop and search data, and particularly not just in the UK but also in America. We've got some recent studies that look at that. And together these studies reveal how minoritised communities are often othered in the press as well, and then how this sort of maps out in the criminal justice system. We've got some nice recent research by William Williamson from 2021 to illustrate that.
We look at studies that examine families. We explore in detail studies about family life and debunk myths that Chinese children are homogenous and traditional. So that's from Lau Leighton's work. We look at stay-at-home mums who have taken, so the argument that stay-at-home mums have taken a aggressive step away from work. That's found in Organ's study, or that arranged marriages are forced. So this is from Pandey's work in 2021, and we explore why prevailing and negative attitudes to atypical parents persist. And that's from Bodlin and House research.
We also, in the book, don't just look at family and crime and education, we also look at studies around poverty, because this is really important because it tells us a lot about inequality more generally. And we've got a fantastic study that looks at how poverty is negatively presented in the press and how stereotypes are perpetuated by journalists. That comes from McCarthy and Reed's work in 2019. We also increased studies about gender and fluidity from Skatey's research in 2021. And you can see that all these studies not just add to students' knowledge and enhance their understanding of the canon more generally, but they help them debunk some of the more negative and dangerous ideas that are sometimes perpetuated by the curriculum. We really enjoyed writing this book. It was so exciting to find lots of new studies, and we think that sociology and sociological research has never been more important to teach. In fact, the book opens with the following observation, and it's a good place to conclude this presentation. Our humanly made world is complex, changing, often surprising, and endlessly fascinating. It is the job of sociologists to not only make sense of our kaleidoscopic social world, but to imagine better alternative futures. And this gives sociological research both focus and ethical responsibility. We hope by the end of this presentation that you agree that teaching methods is imperative, fun, and stretching, and will be excited about the opportunities that it affords in the classroom to foster brilliance and criticality in the next generation of sociologists. We really hope that we've had a great day today. We're sorry we couldn't be with you, maybe next year, Jen. And a little test for you. We had to remove something from behind us on the screen, so did any of you notice what disappeared from slide 1 to the last one? Have a great day, everyone. Goodbye. Bye.
Thank you so much for Collins for being able to give us, is the right word, to be able to provide us with Sarah Trent's presentation there, as well as those 3 copies of How to Be a Sociologist, which is incredibly kind from our sponsors.